Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Hey, Deb.
Hey,
Unmute.
you gotta unmute. That's either *6 or you find to unmute. No, you ain't unmuted yet.
Oh, she's gonna be on, maybe on phone.
Okay, how's that?
That's
Much
better.
better. Good morning.
Now
Well,
you're
I
trying to
dialed
figure out
in.
whether you're on the phone or whether you're on the computer, aren't you?
I'm on the phone. Well, I was trying to be on the phone. It's whichever you all can hear me best.
I think we've got you on the computer right now.
Okay, we'll stick with that for now.
Gary Fickes.
Say here.
Precinct 3.
Here. I'm back.
Gary Fickes, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4. Constitutes a quorum.
I see you're getting about as good as Commissioner Johnson about that here, and just the next thing you just got to remember is every time I call him, you just say yes.
No.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr.
so-
Manius, take it away.
Very good. So, just a few rules. What we're going to do, we're going to hear 4 presentations today. Each of the presenting group has 45 minutes in which to present. We'll keep a timer on that. We're going to start you 45 minutes whenever we get to that point where you begin. We'll have about 15 minutes worth of questions from the Commissioner's Court. I have learned, though, that when I've asked the court members to hold their questions until the end, that sometimes that doesn't work. And so the commissioners may be asking you questions during that time. Our goal is to finalize the questions and the presentation within an hour. And then the commissioners' court is going to take a 30-minute break, and then we will come back for the second presentation. While this is an open meeting, I need to ask if there, besides representatives from John Peter Smith and the county staff, is there anyone besides Aecom or that team that's in the courtroom? Okay, this is an open meeting, and our goal is to make sure that no vendor or their participants actually comes in and listens to your presentation. And I know that that was a concern previously, and we're going to do that. If we do find out that, we will simply note that to the court at the time.
Can
So-
we have someone close that door?
Yeah, Vanessa's out there, but we're going to close the door, but if someone decides that they want to come in, we're going to have to let them come in.
That's right.
Okay.
So let me ask a question just for who's here from JPS? Well, I thought that might be the case. So again, identify yourselves, because I don't know you, especially don't know you in your masks.
So we have Lou Mattingly, the Director of Planning, Design, and Construction, Melissa Powell, who is our Executive Director of Facility Engineering, and I'm Adam Lane, and I'm the new VP and Chief Facility Engineer.
So that'd be a reason I don't know you.
Yep.
Lou was part of the original evaluations, and we worked with Lou extensively when we began this process with JPS, and we've asked JPS to bring their senior people in and listen so that they can provide any information that the court might need.
Okay.
Okay, and with that, you would like to start, please do.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
And I'll just tell y'all, and y'all just do whatever you want to do when you're up there at the podium. And really, given the spacing, if it's up to y'all as to what y'all want to do with the masks. So, but you're certainly welcome at the podium to take the mask off if you want. There's no requirement.
Perfect. Okay. Well, good morning. Honorable Judge Whitley, Commissioner Allen, Brooks, Fix, and Johnson, members of the Commissioner's Court, JPS, and members of the Selection Committee. We are very excited to be here today. You're taking a big step today in making a decision as to who's going to be your teaming partner to help you deliver on this promise, on this commitment that you made to the citizens of Tarrant County. They're waiting for this hospital to actually get built, for those medical homes to get built. So we're looking forward to that presentation. My name is Luis Delgado. I'm the program executive from Aecom. My role is to ensure that the team is always here, providing an excellent service to the county and the hospital. We want to be your trusted partner and advisor as we venture into this program. First off, let me congratulate JPS for being named the #1 hospital in the country. That's a tremendous achievement. And that talks about a tremendous amount as to how dedicated they are to making sure that they provide the level of service that they have. And with the pandemic, the unsung heroes, the frontline responders, we're tremendously flattered to be here and talking to you about it, about JPS. Our agenda is going to be focusing on 5 key items: our experience, our approach, the controls piece, which is reporting and transparency on the process, talking about cost, and eventually diversity and inclusion, SMWB participation on the program. Now let me introduce you to your project manager, Michael Trader. Michael has over $3 billion of medical healthcare experience, and he'll be the one that will be leading this team through this effort.
That was billion with a B.
Billion with a B, yes, sir. Thank you. So I'm delighted to be here. Luis told you a little bit about our team, but I'm going to go in depth to tell you about the great team we put together to lead this project. We've assembled people who are experts in their relative fields to really deliver this project. So like Luis said, I'm an architect, I'm a certified construction manager. I've done over $3 billion worth of healthcare programs. Luis is an expert in delivering programs and knows the North Texas construction market very well. Mike is part of our hospital program delivery, and he will be instrumental in setting up the program. John, a resident of Tarrant County, knows how to design and plan hospitals. Layla is an expert in behavioral health and understands the intricate and unique planning and design that goes into behavioral health. Chuck, a former CFO of a safety net hospital, really understands the financial and planning aspects of managing and running a hospital. Christine knows what it takes to deliver a high-profile project and has worked with the Institute of Health. George, senior project manager with our mentor protege firm, Takeda, and George's specialization is working on healthcare projects, and he has a really good understanding of construction and working with contractors. Roxanne, a medical doctor, a CEO of an academic medical facility, and her emphasis is strategic planning. And just a little note that Roxanne and I worked together back at the LSU Academic Medical Center.
Go Tigers.
I'm sorry?
Go Tigers.
Yeah, that's right. So she was the client, and I was part of the program management team, and it's nice to work with her again. Wendy, a native of Fort Worth, and Wendy is with our partner Friesen Nichols, and Wendy's specialization is campus master planning. Kim is part of our digital solutions group, and Kim is the project controls guru, and her forte is taking really complex data and streamlining it and making it easy and accessible for everyone to understand and read. Lori, a consultant for the Blue Ribbon Committee report, and her specialization is hospital operations. Willis, Willis knows Fort Worth like the back of his hand, and Willis will really be instrumental in helping us get the message out to the disadvantaged small businesses about the bond program, what their opportunities are, and how they can contribute to the success of the program. So very instrumental. And Brooke, kind of in the same vein, will really help develop and communicate to the residents of Tarrant County what's going on with the program and the different phases. So I think you can see we've really put together a strong A-team of people who really understand how these programs function. Luis?
So as we talk about Aecom and what Aecom can bring to Tarrant County and JPS, we have over 1,600 healthcare projects that we've executed as a company. What it means to you is that we have the expertise to be able to execute. Now, as Aecom, we're not only program managers. We have a design arm, and a construction arm. Those two will be helpful for us to be able to execute on this program. We have a national footprint with both of those groups, so that's a unique characteristic of our team that can help you deliver on this program. As we look at what Aecom is, so Aecom is the #1 program management firm in the country per Engineering News Record, which is the most recognized ranking in the industry. We've been there for 5 years in a row. To be able to have that type of record means that we have a successful delivery process. Clients trust us to deliver major programs, and we can execute with the most complex projects that are out there. So aligning the #1 program manager with the #1 hospital in the nation is going to be a tremendous recipe for success. Now, as we talked about Hub SMWB, we are going to make sure that we exceed every one of your goals within that program for the county. And we've done it ourselves. We're committed to having a mentor project with the Kita Enterprises, as Mike Trader mentioned. That's the kind of commitment that we will bring for the program. Our major sub-consultants, so we have local, we have national. Local with Fritz and Nichols, they know the county, they know the city of Fort Worth really well. We're counting on them to be a terrific partner. We have folks like JBJ, Mosaic, SKM, that will help us with the business and the community outreach. We're going to have national healthcare providers that are going to help us with this when we're talking about HMA and Gretchen Smith. When we're talking about minority participation, having the largest African-American firm behind us as McKissick & McKissick, and the most recognized PMCM firm in North Texas with Kita, with over 40 years of experience, brings a lot of that knowledge and expertise for the delivery of the project. Michael?
Thanks, Luis. So I just want to talk about 2 projects that we were able to bring success, or 2 success stories. And a lot of it has to do with the leadership, both the leadership of the program manager as well as the leadership from the administration. So the 3 faces you see up there, Tom, Joy, and myself, we were with the Jackson program from the beginning to the completion. And early on, we were able to align our beliefs and our values with the hospital administration to really form and bring a teaming attitude and collaborating with the administration to really understand and develop the expectations.
This in Miami-Dade?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So really to bring the expectations of both parties together so that we had a clear understanding of how to deliver the project. And much like your project, which is supporting all of Tarrant County, we understood the value of what it means to deliver a project like that for the residents. So a very successful collaboration with the administration. Mike? Thank you, Michael.
The second hospital we like to talk about is Harbor UCLA. This is owned by LA County, very similar to JPS. It's a teaching hospital. The unique thing about what we're doing right now with Harbor is they're a year and a half ahead of where JPS is right now. So we've been able to learn some important lessons about the pandemic and how hospitals should be structured. A couple examples. In the patient tower, we're looking at acuity adaptable rooms that can be changed to an ICU very quickly. In the outpatient centers, which are very similar to the ones you have, been looking at the role of telemedicine as well as exam rooms and waiting rooms and what sizes and how many there need to be. In the new central plant, we've been looking at sustainability. How can we reduce cost of electricity to the facility? And then lastly, the parking deck, we're working with a local developer to see if it makes sense to take that off the books. Aecom has always been a leader in responding to national challenges. COVID was no different. In a couple examples, we were the leader in setting up alternate care facilities. McCormick Place is probably the largest, with 2,700 beds set up. Important to JPS, our engineering teams are working closely with the Army Corps of Engineers on HVAC filtration for pandemics. That's important both to VA facilities, Department of Defense facilities. We'll bring that same knowledge to JPS as we put that program together. Here we just have a list of all of the various capabilities and services around COVID that we offer. We're delighted to have 3 members who helped prepare the data for the Blue Ribbon Commission, and particularly Lori Weisselberg was the lead for HMA in putting together the the report that went to the committee, that she did all the interviews and the deep dive and presented the data. So her knowledge, the knowledge of the other team members give us a solid base of understanding to move the program forward. Next section, program approach, our long-term solution. We're delighted to have a physician as a member of our team, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Roxanne Townsend.
Thank you, Mike.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
HMA is excited to be part of the Aecom team. It would be really fun for us to see a plan that we help put together become a reality for you. So we understand the foundational concepts of that. On the left side of the screen, you see these are very forward-thinking things that are kind of the base for that report. We know that what you want to do is you want to move care upstream and keep people healthy. Design your facilities so that you make sure that people can access care in the lowest cost setting. And what was very important to the community when we reached out was whole person care, making sure behavioral health and physical health were taken care of. As a former academic medical center CEO, I understand the complexities of managing a system like JPS, and we're committed to working with them to be sure that through the life of the project, we are going to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. So let me just give you a taste of some of the things that we're thinking about. Mike mentioned a few of them, but the report came out in 2018. And since then, I think all of us would agree the world has changed. If I would have thought a year ago that I was going to be presenting to a group and needing to have a mask with me, I never would have believed it. So we're seeing a lot of things change. In facilities, we're seeing much more use of wireless technology and monitors and handheld devices to make sure that you can minimize the traffic going in and out of rooms for infection control. And then on the outpatient side, telehealth, we have jettisoned that forward, the adoption, by about probably 10 or 15 years. And CMS Administrator Seema Verma said, that genie is out of the bottle. And for populations like those served at JPS, it's important for them to have remote access. Transportation is often a problem. And if we expect some of those folks to take a day off of work to come see a physician, that's a day without pay. And the other thing that we want to look at with JPS is, what has their experience been with work from home? Has that been successful? Do they want to maintain that long term? So both in the outpatient setting and in the administrative setting, is that going to decrease the footprint that you need and perhaps save you some dollars? So I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague Chuck Weiss to talk to you about some of those dollars and the business analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. Good morning. Utilizing my experience as a previous CFO of a health system, I will be leading the finance team. That finance team will collaborate with the JPS Health Network staff and my colleagues at Aecom and their team to, in essence, we want to be able to confirm the projects, each one of them, and then prioritize those projects. We also want to be able to determine, is the capital allocation that is allowed now within the scope of those projects? In other words, are those projects adding up to more? And if so, is it affordable? That's the question we want to answer. And lastly, we want to be able to prepare for the Tarrant County, the budget impact, and the tax rate. In order to do that, I turn your attention to the left side, the business analysis, starting with that. That's our first phase. What we will do is we will review and we will learn. We will review the various data, information, contracts, and previous projects. We will learn from the JPS financial staff, as they are the experts and they have the financial knowledge for the system. We'll also incorporate any innovations. We'll measure that financially. Those innovations, whether it be direct care or whether it be the efficiencies of the plan itself. And ultimately, what we will come up with is a project, an initial project lineup that'll allow us to then move forward into the next phase, which is then creating, through the financial modeling, a 10-year financial model. With that financial model, in essence, determining how much incremental debt service can each project have, and each financial model will also be between the hospital and the physicians. So we'll have two models for each. We will also be able to then determine the variables, and those variables will be multiple variables. We will focus a lot on the demographics, population growth, the impacts there, and also focus on what environmental impacts may be, such as Medicaid expansion. With that, we will come up with JPS leadership a baseline pro forma to which we believe you will have a high confidence in as you look at it. Now, with that baseline pro forma, within it will be the key or major financial drivers. That baseline pro forma will be basically allowing us to create a statement of cash flow uses and sources. It'll also allow us to determine the 10-year impact on the Tarrant County budget. So with that, let me conclude and say, what we want to be able to do is provide you with the financial impact of each project and of the program in total. We want to give you the ability to look at those cash flows and are they sufficient to meet the operating cost, the incremental debt service, that's about the principal payments and the interest, and the initial capital replacement itself. We want to make sure we address affordability, and if we find that affordability is not met, we'll work with JPS administration to, in essence, find the solutions to make it so. And with that, I'll turn it back to Michael.
Thanks, Chuck. So what are we doing the first 9 months, right? So you heard Roxanne talk about planning, and you heard Chuck talk about the finances. So at the top of the graph, you see kind of our steps for the first 9 months. So I just want to point out 2 parts of that first phase, which is significantly getting engagement and getting the word out about the project to the disadvantaged small businesses, as well as our funding memo approval. And so the funding memo document is a great document because what it does, it takes all of Roxanne's work and all of Chuck's work and puts it into a document that really ties scope, schedule, and budget together. And that is really a roadmap for the rest of the project because you really need that before you actually start designing and going to construction. And the number one objective that the funding memo does is it helps avoid surprises, right? So after you have the funding memo approval, we roll into continuing services. And in continuing services, which is the bottom half of the graph, the 3 elements I want to talk about are design, construction, and do a much deeper dive into the hub SBE participation and engagement. Okay, so design management. How do we manage designers? So there are quite a few bullets up on the screen, but the 2 bullets I want to talk about are scope creep and integration of the construction manager during the pre-con phase. So you'll hear a lot of terms about IPD, which is integrated program delivery, and lean construction. And lean construction is really making sure that the construction is leaner and you don't burn a lot of money, not wasting a lot of money. But what those came from is early collaboration of the owner, architect, and the contractor to get engaged at the design process. So as you're designing and you're making decisions and you're making commitments, you know the real-time impact of your dollars. So at the end of the day, when I've got 100% design documents, I'm not surprised that I can't afford it. With this integration process and how we manage the process, you always have a snapshot and know where we are, and that facilitates better decision making. George?
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Very happy to be here representing Dikita Enterprises with the JPS Aecom team. The other day, I was talking to my son, who is a classical violinist, and we were talking about the role of the conductor and the role of the players during the performance. And it occurred to me that the construction manager is like the conductor of the orchestra. Our role is to lead and deliver the buildings as intended. I was assigned as the construction manager to a 500-bed general hospital with an outpatient clinic in Saudi Arabia, and my role was to manage the FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment packages, leading a diverse team. When I got to the construction site, I found 3 things that needed to be fixed. The first one was that there were equipment delays, which were largely driven by the fact that the overseas consultant did not send the right information to the local team. Morale was low, the second item, and the third item was that the hospital authority was not happy with the progress of the work, and they were delaying payments to the team. So I took 3 actions. The first one was to dedicate a person at the local level and at the overseas level to talk to each other about the equipment. The second one was that I improved communications by having regular calls and meetings between the local person and the person overseas so that they could talk about the equipment. And then finally, I got approval from the hospital authority to have pre-approved equipment packages that were used in other hospitals on the system, thus shortening the approval time for the equipment. So as a result, the schedule and the morale improved, and the money started flowing in from the hospital authority to the team. And this is how we're going to manage this JPS program. We're going to have state-of-the-art analytics, then take concerted actions, and have great communications and collaboration and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, George. Great. So, George I talked about how we manage design. George talked about how we manage construction. And I think for you, it's like, well, I hear that, but how do we manage change orders, right? How do we avoid the surprises? So one of the things that we implement on our projects is a change order management board. Therefore, everyone is involved with the change orders. And what that really does is it helps minimizes risk to the hospital and to operations. And it allows us to really get the people who make the decisions, bring forth all the data they need so they can make an accurate decision and know what the consequences are of what those changes are. Lastly, integration of program management with the JPS and the administration. And I think this is fundamentally key. So one of the backbones of how you do this successfully is communication, right? I think you've heard all of us talk about on our other programs that we were able to successfully communicate with the client. We were able to deliver the project successfully. So it has to do with teaming, partnering, and collaborating. Understand everyone's values, understand everyone's beliefs, and understanding what the end goal is. And we are definitely a partner to deliver those messages for the JPS Healthcare Network system. Mike?
Thank you, Mike. We also like to mention briefly, we have one of the largest construction laboratories in the country, about 10,000 square feet in Indianapolis, where we literally put together exam rooms, test equipment, and help health systems discover the best way to practice medicine before they actually build. This is important to JPS because Fort Worth is becoming known nationally as a leader in modular construction. We speak that language, and if you should choose to go that direction with a local GC, we understand how to coordinate and collaborate with those types of modular construction firms. Also want to talk about transparent communication. Do you know there are hundreds of thousands of decisions that get made in a program like we're about to embark upon? The key to good decision making is clear information at the right time so you can make the decisions you need to. And we're very much committed to the collaborative and communicative approach to program management. Now I'd like to talk about program controls. Joining us on the line is Kim McAvoy, who leads our design solutions team. Kim, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Good. Good morning. I'm sorry that I can't be with you in person, but these days, travel restrictions, but I'm happy to be joining you on the phone to talk about this important aspect of your program, which is program controls. And if you look to, there's many parts that we've been speaking about so far and that we're going to continue to speak about that go into delivering a program of this size. And all of those pieces have to come together to work together to provide information to you, to our team, to our subcontractors, to everyone. So we want to make sure that we have a strong program controls that are transparent, that are auditable, that people have the right information at the right time. And it starts very early on. It even starts before the design, procurement, and construction phase. It does the controls, the financials, the contracts, the invoicing, But the most important thing on the screen is the collaboration partnering. You've heard us speak about that quite a bit, but that's what we're all about. We're all about collaborating with you and collaborating with our team and collaborating with our extended team who's going to deliver these great services for you. So one of the ways that we do that is, and I can't see the slide, so I'm assuming that we're on the next slide.
Here we are. Yep.
We take all of this information, and there's tons of data points, and we sit down with you and we decide what's important to you. What do you need to keep your eye on? And we take this information and we boil it down to into a dashboard. And this dashboard can be delivered to you every Monday morning. You can have it on your iPhone. You can have it on your Android phone, on an iPad, however you wish to get this information. But this dashboard is interactive, and I took some of the information that you provided in your RFP to create this one. And unfortunately, because it is a PowerPoint, I can't show you the interaction, but these are drillable. You can drill down and find out information about them. And so that's kind of that having information that, like Mike was just talking about, timely, so that decision making is easy to do. And now I'm going to hand it back over to Mike, and he's going to talk to you about some cost savings initiatives.
All right, thank you, Kim. Talking about cost savings. Yep. I'm jumping ahead of myself here. Oop, let me go back. There we go. Oop, one more. There we go. Let me talk about cost savings, and then we'll. We believe that as a program manager, we have a stewardship responsibility to the commission and to the hospital. It's not Mike's job to sit in the trailer and write checks. It's Mike's job to think through initiatives that can save money and make every dollar work for you. So we have a complete strategy, beginning with the HMA team and their Sigma 6 leaders that are focused on lean leadership. We follow that right through in design and in construction. We also have methodology of buying both hospital equipment, construction materials, and insurance in methods that save you, the county and the hospital, money. We feel that stewardship is very important to what we're about. And then Pacific Medical Buildings, we wanted to mention we're aligned with them. I don't know if you are interested in any kind of off-balance sheet financing, but if you should be, they can run numbers very quickly, get them to Chuck and his team, and just come up and see if that's an idea that you want to do or not. Now let me turn it back to Michael.
Thanks, Mike. It's the kind of the Mike and Mike show here. So I just want to pause on this slide for a second and talk about Aecom's commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, right? So Aecom feels strongly, and I definitely feel strongly, about the fact that everyone has a contribution to make, and everyone's voice should be heard. And through our platform and through Aecom and through our team members, we like to encourage that everyone gets involved in a project like this because it impacts everyone for the rest of their lives. So we take it very seriously to the commitment to make sure that historically underutilized businesses, small disadvantaged businesses get a chance to understand what's going on to the project. They know how they can participate, and at the same token, we can actually make them a success also. So very strong. I wanted to quickly go to Jackson, and we actually put this in place at Jackson. So similar program, $1.4 billion community hospital system that serves the county. Of the $1.4 billion, that works out to $800 million in construction. Of the $800 million in construction, we were actually able to put into small business hands $280 million. So the way we did that is early engagement. As soon as we got on the project, we met with the small business community. We went to the agency. We got a list of the contractors. We really did a targeted approach to make sure that we communicated and we reached out to the small business development contractors. We got feedback from them. We understood what some of their obstacles and hurdles were. So it turned out to be a great success. I could go on, but I'm going to cut it short. But at the end of the day, $280 million is a pretty substantial success for a program like that. Willis is going to actually go through some of the details as to how we're going to replicate that system here on this project.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
Judge Whitley, Commissioners, good morning. Our firm, JBJ Management, has been with Aecom for multiple years. So we're not new to their commitment to MWBE. In fact, we're working with Aecom in Garland right now on a $433 million bond package in a very similar role. In fact, Luis and I probably go back 2008. So we're familiar with one another. I'm familiar with Wendy, with Fraser Nichols, who's here in Fort Worth. Daryl McKissick out of Washington, D.C., very familiar with her as well. And of course, Lucius and Eve Williams with Dequita. I've known for years. I see Mr. Dansby in the back that I'm familiar with as well. So I mention all of that because you've heard the words collaboration and communication, but I want to talk about continuity because we work well together, because we know one another. And because we work well together, we'll be able to work well with you as the county, with JPS as well, and we'll work with the procurement departments in each one of those divisions. And so the other thing that I want to mention too, though, there was an article in the Star Telegram, maybe January, February, and it talked about a disparity study in the city of Fort Worth. And less than 3% of the contracts in that disparity study in the last 5 years went to African American firms. So we're cognizant of the significance of growing capacity. Our firm, JBJ Management, is a firm of 26 people. We have offices in Atlanta, Dallas, and in Fort Worth. Commissioner Brooks, we are in Fort Worth. I want to emphasize that. And we're working in Fort Worth right now at Tarrant County College. We're working also with Suzanne Groves and Reginald Gates in that group. We're also working with Councilwoman Gina Bivens on LEAD. So we're familiar with this territory. I've been here 40 years. We're familiar with this territory. In fact, I told Commissioner Allen she could join me any Friday night. My grandson, goes to Lake Ridge High School. He was a star receiver at Lake Ridge. So I never did see you there, Commissioner Allen. I was looking for you. I just never did see you. But my point here is that we know this community, whether it's Como, whether it's Northeast Side, where old Kirkpatrick used to be. We know
right
this
now.
Community. Well, hold on now. I know I am Terrell and all that. So we're familiar with this community. But our staff is working here as well. And we want to make this happen for John Peter Smith Hospital. We want this to happen for Tarrant County College. And we'll get a chance to work with Brooke, who is here in Fort Worth. And we'll talk a little bit about how you work in this pandemic. Our firm is doing the census in Dallas right now in the hard-to-count areas. And so we've learned how to use QR codes. We've learned how to use hotspots, but you have to know that community to know how to do that. And so we'll be happy to do that as well. And one of the things that we're going to do is work closely with Brooke from a digital standpoint. And so transparency is the last thing that I want to talk about, as we'll talk about the quarterly progress reports that we'll make to the community, to the county, to the business community. We'll work with the regional Hispanic contractors. We'll work with the regional black contractors. That's John Martinez and John Proctor, respectfully. We'll work with each one of them, but we'll give quarterly reports so that you know what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how we're reaching out to this community. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brooke.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
So the co-founder of a DBE, MWBE firm based here in Fort Worth, we are very proud to be a part of the Aecom team at the outset of the program. Now, as Willis mentioned, we are a Fort Worth-based team. The entire public engagement, public involvement team leads are all based in Fort Worth and Tarrant County. So because of our local knowledge, we have an acute awareness of the varied audiences and stakeholder groups that have an interest in this program. So we'll create some messaging that is appropriate, that is accurate, and that is regularly delivered to these groups in a way that they can access easily. One of those ways, as Willis mentioned, is the digital outreach program. So our firm was recently charged with doing the public involvement for the first ever post-COVID community engagement program. From that program, we learned that there are quite a few digital outreach tools that will give us access to communities that wouldn't otherwise be heard. But we can take lessons gleaned from that outreach process and apply them to this program. Now, understanding that the current events are going to require we lean a little more heavily on digital outreach, that doesn't mean that we'll forego traditional public outreach. How that looks will certainly be a little bit different. We can architect smaller meetings. We can piggyback off of existing events to make sure that we have a presence. But do we look at one-to-one engagement? We've got to understand that the digital divide is real, and we will assemble tactics and teams in order to reach out to communities that might not be heard. And one of those ways is through a program like this. This might look familiar to all of you as a public meeting. However, this is entirely digital. This is a digital public meeting that allows a 24/7 resource to stakeholders and community members to seek out information, whether it be about milestones, the budget, the members of the team, where we are and how our program at that point in time will impact folks' lives. So we'll have this available at all times, or something like this, where folks can seek out information as they need it. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Louise.
Thank you, Brooke. So why Aecom? What is JPS and Tarrant County going to gain by having Aecom be your trusted advisor, your partner on this process? So as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a very significant project for the community, as you all know. You're going to leave a legacy here in Tarrant County with this hospital. The work that you're doing, the hospital administrators are going to be doing, it's tremendous. And when I think about legacy, one of the things that I was thinking about is, why do we do what we do? We're very passionate about our work, about our execution of the programs. We like to be able to shape communities by delivering these major programs, capital improvement programs. Thinking about the fact that this hospital is going to be standing there for the next 30 to 50 years or even longer, and that we had something to do with it, gives us great pride and honor to be part of that team. We're looking for that. And as I kept thinking about it, I was thinking about my son. My son is in high school, and ever since he was 5, he's been talking about wanting to be a doctor. So I thought, man, it would be tremendous for me to be able to be involved in this program, Aecom team involved in this program, and me sharing with him lessons about planning, about design and construction of a hospital. And eventually, when he comes back and he's a doctor, that he will probably want to come back to JPS and be a doctor here. So to me, would be like the tremendous opportunity to be able to do such a thing. And I talked to him about it, and he's excited about this opportunity that I have in front of myself and my company. So just wanted to share that story with you. But as I'm talking about all of that, why is Aecom the right partner for JPS and the county? All of our competitors today are going to be able to come and say they have the PM experience, and they probably do. They probably have the right people, the right skill set to be able to help you deliver this program. But think about what we've talked about today. We've mentioned that we have former physicians and nurses on our team. We have a former CEO of a hospital, a CFO of a hospital. That expertise comes, and it's going to help us anchor the experience that we have as a team. We as Aecom, as I mentioned, we have a design arm and a construction arm. They're not going to be involved on the project, but we're going to be able to tap onto those resources to help us bring a lot of the experience that they have so we can bring additional value to JPS through our program management services. We have HMA, the group that put the Blue Ribbon report together. They've already done a lot of homework, a lot of outreach with the community. And as they mentioned, they've been working on pandemic activities with other clients. We're not going to get here and have a learning curve. We're going to hit the ground running. That's going to allow us to potentially expedite that initial phase of the program. When we talked about our national footprint as PMs, it's not only in healthcare. Most of you might have seen the game last night with the Cowboys, even though they lost. But you saw the stadium, and you kept seeing people talking about the stadium and how wonderful it was. That's an Aecom project. Those are the kind of projects that we execute as a company. And we want to execute JPS because that's what we believe. It's a signature and an emblematic project for the community. We are constantly winning awards about ethics and transparency. We truly believe in that. We are a company that's been in business for more than 30 years, and we have never been in a situation that we can be ashamed of. As we talked about the second item being the #1 program manager, let me tell you a story. I was on Friday at Collin College across town in McKinney. We had a ribbon cutting ceremony there. $300 million of construction were programmed, designed, and executed in less than 3 years. $300 million of construction, unprecedented. And we just won a national award for that project for program management excellence. That's something that we are very proud of, and that's the second award in 4 years that we've been able to bring to the community here in North Texas. Because of the quality of service that we do, because we're a trusted advisor, and we communicate, we collaborate, and we deliver. We like to listen to our clients. That's the most important part of this. When we talk about financials and the performance, we talked about it. We're going to bring all those pieces together. Chuck, as a former CFO, understands the operation piece. We understand the design and the construction piece, putting those things together, collaborating with JPS on a daily basis and trying to make this program go forward. That's going to be instrumental for us. We talked about potentially P3 options. We have that expertise within the team to talk to you about it and explore those opportunities. As we talked about some of the medical homes, we're going to make sure that those are you're going to be proud of those medical homes in every one of your precincts that you're going to have within the county. We're not just focusing on one single tower on the medical campus. Those medical homes are going to be critical, and that's why we talked about community outreach. We want to make sure that people understand why we're doing this. And above all, from my standpoint, and I'll pass it on to Mike, from the diversity piece, our competitors are going to be able to say the same thing that we just said. We know how to deliver those programs. We will exceed your numbers. We will make sure that we align with the county procurement process and so on. But we go beyond that. We're heavily involved in the community. I'll tell you myself, I'm a board of directors member with the RHCA, the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association. I'm there with John Martinez, shaping from inside the organization how minority businesses can participate on major programs like this one. One of my peers, his board of directors with the RBCA. Dikita is involved heavily as board of directors on the RBCA. Those relationships are tremendous opportunities. And again, I don't think that any of our competitors have that commitment within the community to make things happen like that. And at this point, I'll hand it off to Mike so he can close.
Thanks, Luis.
You have about 4 to 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So, I think you heard us all talk about our heavy technical expertise, but I just want to kind of bring it back down to the human level. So, at age 40, I had a very humbling experience. While I was building the hospital, I also had a heart attack. So as I was sitting in the ICU recovering, it struck me kind of how, what I kind of take for granted when you're building a hospital. You don't understand the passion and commitment. The healthcare providers, the doctors, the clinical staff, the people who are in the hospital, they are passionate about patient safety, making patients feel better, the engagement of the patients. And that when I build these hospital programs, a lot of people talk about the community, and that's important, but you can't forget the staff and the people who actually work in the hospital and what they give and the passion they bring to the table for patient safety, and they're really strong advocates of the patients. And I just, for me personally, as well as for the rest of the team, we are all very passionate about what we do and making the improvement and making the project a success for Tarrant County, the residents, as well as the people who work there day in and day out. I mean, that is kind of their family. They probably spend more time at that hospital than they do with their own family members. So we understand what the importance is. So once again, like you've heard from all of our team members, we are committed, we are ready to work. Day one, if you give us a contract tomorrow, we'll be here tomorrow. So we're very excited. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to questions.
Michael, I want to thank you and Luis and everyone you brought with you. Willis, Walter. It's an impressive team, and it's broad, and it's deep in its experience. From the beginning of this project, when we first started talking about a program management firm, I was passionate about the fact that teaming was the way to go. Would you talk to me about how this diverse group of firms that you have put together can be integrated into a well-oiled, highly functioning machine that can benefit this program?
So, great question, Commissioner Brooks. So, much like we've done on other projects at GPS, like Mike talked about in California, so most hospitals already have a functioning facilities department and they're running programs, right? So, the first thing we do is we understand what the expectations are. We understand who the stakeholders are. We kind of develop a 30, 60, 90-day plan. So we begin to map out and plan what we are working on first, right? While we're bringing our technical expertise to the table, we want to understand how JPS or how this administration does what they do and how we can benefit and facilitate our expertise to make the group even better. So we'll bring HMA in and they'll start working on the validation of the program and any assumptions that were made. We'll bring Willis in and he'll talk with you and find out what's involved and what feedback have you gotten from your contractors. We'll bring Mike in, who's the subject expert on setting up the programs, to talk with your team about what are the obstacles or what problems have you had. So we're not just coming in without understanding exactly how you operate. And I think
my question, Mike, was more about how you will function internally to make sure that the team works.
Oh, us as a program manager.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant integration. So we all have worked together in some form of capacity, so we kind of understand what the role is and what the expertise that each of us brings. But as the program manager, it's ultimately my job to make sure that everyone is accountable for delivering on their specific role throughout the project. So, as you go through these programs, the 10-year program, sometimes people get burned out. Sometimes people, it's just the natural evolution of a program like this. So it's my job to make sure that people feel motivated, people have the correct reinforcement, to feel like what they are doing is continuously contributing to the success of the program. And they're all seasoned professionals. They've all worked on programs like this before. So everyone understands that it's a commitment. And everyone understands that in the wheel, they all have a certain, position or place to play. So I don't foresee that as a problem. We work well together, but my job, I work for Luis, and Luis is going to keep me in check, and I'm going to keep everyone else in check. So, Luis?
And if I may add, Mike, another thing is that in my role, I have relationships with the principals and the owners of these companies. That's the reason why we've also built this team and this approach. And I have those relationships, and I'll be able to tap into those relationships. If anything is not working well within that relationship, that's my role, to get involved and get on the phone and talk to Lucius and talk to Eve and say, you know what, we're having some challenges with your team, or get on the phone and talk to Brooke and Tom and say, you know what, we need to get this going, this is not working, how can we modify, how can we improve? That's my role as an executive, to help Mike get focused on the operation on the day-to-day, and whenever he needs that kind of support, I'm there standing right next to him to help him build those relationships, and that's what I'm looking for. And the same thing happens with architects and contractors. I've been on this market for the last 13 years or so. I know a lot of the principals and owners from those major companies that would probably come and work here at the hospital. I can pick up the phone and call them and ask for their help and their support so we can keep building that team cohesiveness throughout the delivery of the process.
Y'all seen the program. You've had plenty of time to look over it based upon the kind of where we were and where in the process. What, if anything, concerns you the most about the program and the project itself?
I'm going to actually, so HMA was instrumental in that, and they've looked at the program. I'm going to bring up Chuck and Roxanne to the table.
Well, first of all, I can speak from the financial side of it. Clearly, the assumptions made today, the population growth, the type of care being delivered today is changing, and will changes occur going forward, which will affect the financials. So that's why we're going to have these many variables. We'll be able to see what the impact is of the current program and how it may be changed, and with that change, determine what the financial impacts of it. And I'll let certainly Roxanne can talk to the operations side and strategy.
Right, as Chuck said, I mean, you have an awesome program kind of laid out, and our job really up front is going to be to see, you know, what is the impact of pandemics like COVID? How is it changing the healthcare system? The healthcare system changes on its own, and in the last 6 months, it's changed much more than we've seen probably in the last decade. So I think the biggest challenge, at least in the beginning, is going to be to validate the program that you have, make sure it's still what you want, and do that very quickly so you can move forward into the next phase.
Yeah, I've got a question concerning telemedicine and the effect that as you said, we've seen significant change here in the last 6 months. And how do you see telemedicine going forward? And facilities, how many, and this came up earlier, you brought it up, or someone, I guess Michael brought it up, about how many people used to have an office who may not have an office now. They may work from home. How do you see these affecting the overall bond program and for the long-term build out of this project?
I'll start that. So as I said, I think that revisiting the footprint of your buildings is going to be really important up front. So what has JPS experienced with work from home? In many industries, they're realizing that the productivity hasn't gone down in work from home and that they can save a ton of money on renting office space. But in a healthcare system, that may or may not work, but some of the non-patient facing staff may be able to continue working from home, so maybe you want to downsize the footprint there. You mentioned telemedicine. I think that as a physician, I will tell you, you always at some point need to see patients. You know, I was trained as an internist. I believe you have to lay hands on patients and examine them. But there are many things that you can do via telemedicine. So I think we'll move back to more of a hybrid approach. How healthcare gets paid for will drive some of that. But I think what we're going to see is patients really like telemedicine for the most part, especially younger people who are much more facile with the technology. And so I think that what we're going to see is a need for smaller clinic spaces with an eye toward how do we make it easy for physicians to practice telemedicine and more team-based care like you're looking for in your patient-centered medical homes. So everybody's working at the top of their license.
Okay. Commissioner Allen, did you have any questions? No, you muted yourself. Unmute. Unmute.
How's this?
That's better. Go.
Okay. Very good. I did. I appreciate the focus that's been put on Fort Worth, of course, with it being the largest city in the county and the county seat. But I am concerned by the lack of mention of kind of other areas of the county, more specifically Southeast Tarrant County, which I represent. Is there team experience in working on projects in Arlington, Grand Prairie, Mansfield areas? And then also, well, we'll start with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Luis handle the North Texas and other areas.
Yes, Commissioner Allen. So there's definitely expertise that we have working within various number of municipalities and cities that make up Tarrant County. So Aecom, we've done work in the city of Arlington. We've done work in Mansfield. A lot of the work that we do in that capacity has been with the cities or the municipalities, mostly with projects that have to do with transportation and water supply. We've done some master planning services as well that we've done for the Arlington Entertainment District. So there's a diversity of opportunities and projects that we have executed in that area. Now, one thing that makes us very unique for this delivery process as well is that we have Fritz and Nichols as part of our team. And Fritz and Nichols has been in business, as you know, in this area for 126 years now. So Wendy, would you like to add as well?
Yeah, sure. Just some of the same things. I mean, we've worked all over Tarrant County, Commissioner Allen, as you know. We've done a lot of work in these different areas, and we've done a lot of system work for either higher ed campus master plans, such as Tarrant County College. We did there. So even though it's not a hospital, that's going to be a lot of our role, is understanding the specific municipalities, what's needed in each of those, all the different demographics. I mean, we do a lot of that in all of our widespread campus planning, community planning, municipal planning work across the entire county. So absolutely, we've certainly got those expertise.
Great. Thank you, Wendy.
I guess.
My second question,
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I wasn't sure you were through.
My second question was related to the slides dedicated to the pandemic response. I'm not sure, I don't think that I was provided those, but I'd like to see those and read them in greater detail. Can someone email those to me?
Yes, we can, Commissioner. We'll make sure that
Okay.
the slide deck goes to all the court members.
Okay, great. My next question is about the financial modeling, and I'm sorry I didn't see who talked about that. I'm thinking maybe it was Chuck. But can you repeat the two-pronged approach that you mentioned about both the physicians and the hospital? I'm not sure if I heard that right. I wanted to make sure I understood your explanation.
Yes, the explanation as far as the financial model, particularly the cash flows, we will create a cash flow related to the hospital side of the business and to the physician side, because they're really intertwined. And you have to look at the entire financial picture, because in my experience, there's a lot of draw from the hospital by the physician group because of the rates usually set in each state. So we'll make sure we create both and combine for the project itself, and then roll those all into the program to see what the total impact is.
Okay, very good. Okay. And then my next question was about the community engagement piece, and it's somewhat connected to telehealth, but then also in the outreach that we will need to do in order to hear from the community, who are the end users of our system. About a quarter of our county is without digital access, and so I saw in the slides, obviously, that we would have to have a diverse approach to try to reach as many folks as possible and communicate with them in the way that they would like. But I'd just like to hear a little bit more about how we plan to reach the community, given that not everyone, or at least a quarter of our county, does not have digital access.
Great question, Commissioner Allen. I'll turn it over to Brooke with Mosaic.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Allen, for your question.
Hi, Brooke.
As I said in the couple of slides, we do have to respect that the digital divide is real, and we don't see any resident or geographic location that is unreachable. There are hurdles and not walls. So dependent upon how each community is planning events, we'll work with different cities, we'll work with local organizations to figure out what outreach tactics have worked best for them. We'll certainly engage the community and look at strategic partnerships. If there aren't any, we'll certainly engage those. But I think between my firm and SKM Communications, who's also helping with the public involvement outreach, and Willis, I think we've got the area pretty well covered as far as where to go. But we can certainly architect different types of outreach that leans a little bit more heavily on the human element. In one of I'll give the example of the public involvement program that we put together for transportation post-COVID. What we did is we assembled a team of advocates, envoys, if you will, and went out into the city, out into the communities, libraries, parks, bus stops, transit centers, and had those folks armed with tablets and walked people through the survey, the project. So we had ambassadors deployed to well-trafficked areas in different communities. So there's other things that we can look at that are outside of digital, but there are certainly going to be some challenges with that. But I think that we have a wide menu of options. And one of the things that we have with our program is that we can go back and look through the data and assess who are we not hearing from, what geographies aren't being represented, what age groups aren't being represented, and we can reconstruct and re-strategize and figure out how we go out to those communities, to those people, to those different groups, and make sure that they have a chance to participate.
Sure, I appreciate that, Brooke. And I'd say, and with that, obviously, is being mindful of the primary languages that are prevalent in our county.
Yes, so Commissioner Allen, we are a bilingual firm, and so we'll be able to do that. We'll also reach out to people like Reverend Evans, Pastor McKissick, Pastor Denny Davis, Ed Gray, the Grand Prairie NAACP, Charles Jackson with the Arlington Black Chamber. We'll reach out to all of them because we already have those relationships. Right now, we understand in Dallas, because we've done this, they have 42% of the district of the city does not have internet. But it's previous relationships that we've been able to just make a call. And so we have those same kinds of relationships specifically in your district that we've been familiar with for years.
Thank you.
I guess a question that I have is, give me some specifics with regards to how you relate or work with chambers. I mean, Fort Worth, everybody, well, okay, you can work with Fort Worth. I want to know what we're doing with HEB or the Birdville Northeast or Mansfield or some of those other chambers to encourage diversity.
Great question, Judge. We should take that.
Yeah, I'll take on that one, Mike. So one of the things that we do, we have a very large footprint as Aecom just locally. We have over 250 employees just in this location. And then as we talked about some of our teaming partners, Fris and Nichols, Dikita, McKissick and McKissick, JVJ, and so on, we all have involvement in chambers. We all have involvement in trade organizations and so on. We're involved at the board level with some of those organizations. And one of the things that we would like to do, let me give you an example. For instance, Willis was mentioning City of Garland. That was one of our recent programs that we're working with. So that was one of our first tasks that we did as soon as we started the program, meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and understanding what is the makeup of the membership, what are the services that the membership is able to provide, the services that the membership is able to provide for the program itself. And we were just not looking at construction. We were just not looking at engineering and design. You're looking at reprographics, you're looking at catering companies, you're looking at equipment rental companies and so on, and have that discussion, that conversation to understand what are the services that those chambers can provide, or what are the services that their members can provide. And we build those relationships with those groups. So when we get involved in a program, that's going to be one of the first few things that we're going to do with Willis, specifically on the business side, and meeting with those advocate groups, meeting with the chambers, with the president of those groups, and understanding what they have to talk about or what they have to say. As I mentioned, with us being involved with the RHCA and the RBCA at the board level, we understand the membership as well. So we will bring a lot of that expertise and connect through those organizations with the chambers of commerce. So that's one of the first things that we're going to do. When Willis talked about early engagement, that's what he meant. That's where we're going to go first. and then we're going to start talking to the businesses and the trade organizations as well.
HMA in the Blue Ribbon Committee, one of the top priorities was mental health. Talk to me a little bit about what you're bringing. I know you said, I believe Layla was the behavioral health person on the team, but talk with me about what you bring in regards to that priority and how you plan on making sure that we fulfill the top priority of the community.
Layla, are you on the phone? Or Lori?
Yeah, I think Layla is on as well, but I can start.
Okay.
This is Lori Weisselberg from HMA. So as you may remember, we brought a team of behavioral health folks to do the long-range planning and analysis with a focus on behavioral health and that particular facility, and also the system of care in Tarrant County because it needed, strengthening. We know that your behavioral health facility was severely under capacity and that you're contracting with other hospitals and that you don't want to do that anymore and that you want to have, transitions that are smooth from your psychiatric emergency to your inpatient bed. So there are all sorts of things that we recognize at this point that you need in terms of strengthening both your model of care and the facilities that this care is provided in. We have Karen Bhatia, who led that team, who will be on this project, as well as Bren Minaw, who will lead this work as well. So they will work in tandem. One is a licensed clinical psychologist, the other one is a licensed clinical social worker, both of whom have many years of experience working to strengthen systems of care in communities, and both have a particular emphasis in their work history of jail diversion programs and working with inmates in health facilities. Where
do they live?
Brendan All lives in Texas. She's in our San Antonio office, and Karen Bhatia is based in Chicago, but is a traveler.
Okay. Because you mentioned diversion, which is something that we are focusing very heavily on right now, even though that was not a part of the package that we're talking about here in of itself, but we're also talking about expanding, creating that, expanding, making sure we have a strong presence in our medical homes, and all that will collaborate and coordinate with the inpatient that we did set as the top priority.
Absolutely.
From that standpoint.
Yeah, we recognize that, and we are actually national leaders in jail diversion programs and behavioral health. So we hope to be able to work with you on that.
What makes you a national leader?
Actually, Bren Minaw started one of the earliest diversion programs in Texas, and we have replicated that program in other locations.
Was that the one in San Antonio, Bear County?
That's right.
With Leon Evans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, if there's no further questions, Your Honor, we ask.
I do have one more.
Okay.
Yeah. Earlier in the presentation, there was mention of, I guess, two hospitals. One was the Harbor UCLA, and the other one, I guess, was in Miami-Dade. But what hospital was that?
Jackson Health Systems in Miami.
Okay, Jackson. Okay, very good. And then also, I have this clip here that you all provided us, and there were the 22 examples that you all had of projects that you had successfully worked on. Is there one that you can point to that would help me to kind of see the expertise going back to working with diverse communities? And I appreciate some of the mentions that Willis gave, but in addition to that, obviously we have a large number of our residents who are Spanish-speaking, Vietnamese, Arabic, Farsi, And I really want to kind of get a sense of the expertise on the team that's worked in very diverse communities from a healthcare delivery standpoint and also from a communication standpoint.
So if I could, so Willis and I will take this question. So I'll start with Jackson Health System, which the population is primarily, at least for Miami-Dade County, is heavily Hispanic. It's Venezuelan, Cuban, Argentinian. There is a population of Korean and Japanese also. So part of the deal was, and to be honest with you, a lot of them don't speak English. They understand it well, but they don't speak it well. So we had to have part of our SBE team developed a bilingual approach so that as we were able to engage them with the process, we communicated with the contractors. So typically they are subcontractors, right? They're not prime contractors. So they're working for they're working as a subcontractor. So one of the hurdles we overcame was educating the contractor, like your requirement is to have a 34% SBE, not just at the contractor level, but also at the management level, at the construction manager level. So it was a very early engagement with the leaders of those organizations so that we were able, and they also had a bilingual, we also had someone in the group who spoke Spanish and understood, I think, some of the complexities they have and some of the challenges they have, like bonding, insurance. A lot of them can do the work, but half the time they can't get bonding or they can't get insurance. So we set up educational outreaches to show them how they could qualify for the work and what they had to do. So Jackson was a very good representation. Once again, it was $280 million that actually got into their pockets of the $800 million program. Willis?
Commissioner Allen, your timing is good because one of the things that our firm did, we won the census contract in Dallas County, and then COVID hit. We were to block walk beginning April 1st. We just started block walking about a month ago. So in the interim, we have a bilingual staff. In the interim, we had to go and hire from the Asian Chamber. We've hired a couple of people who speak Vietnamese. We have 3 people on our staff who are Hispanic. And so we have both bilingual, Asian, and Mandarin that we've had to do in this hard to count community. Because again, with this census, there's just this barrier. There's been not more than a language barrier. There's been a hesitation because of immigration, because of if I sign a document, what happens? And so we've had to reach deep into our relationships to get these folk to understand that we understand your hesitation, we understand your fears, and so we'll still be able to have those people for this particular project. 3 of them are on staff now, but we're able to retain them for this project should we win it.
Great, thank you. That's all I have, GK, thank you.
Okay. Members of the court, if you have no other questions, Judge Whitley, we ask that you take the court into recess at this point.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Judge
very much
and
for
Commissioners.
coming.
Thank you very much.
Very good job. Willis, always a pleasure.
This is the second presentation, and I want to make sure everyone understands that this is an open meeting of the Commissioners Court. This is going to be the Broadus team. Is there anyone in the audience or in the room that is not either with the Broadus team, a member of the Commissioners Court, a member of the county staff, or a member of JPS staff? Is there anyone in? Okay, we are filming this, but we are not broadcasting this. That way, everyone has some advantage or the same. With that, Your Honor, we'll turn it over to the presenter.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge Whitley, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here today. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to interview and presenting our dream team. I'm super, super excited about this project, the pursuit, and this program, and I look forward to working with you all.
You didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, I didn't?
No?
Oh, that's a big one. Everyone knows me. Monica Bailey Jackson. I am the president and CEO of Levis Consulting, and I am the JV partner with the Broadus Levis Group.
Thank you. I'm Jim Broadus, also with Broadus Levis, and I'm a co-executive leader here with my colleague.
Hold on just one second. Commissioner Allen, we lost your picture again, but we can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm still there. Keep it moving. Thank you.
Are you opening something? You might
I'm
want
sorry.
to open it away from the mic. Thank you.
Proceed.
Don't pay him any attention, Devin.
Go ahead, sir.
Any rate, I'm co-executive leader of the Broadus Levis team with Monica here. You know, Monica, along with my right hand and leader in the North Texas area, Scott Sanders, have really spent the last year and a half assembling a team that could do justice to this project, and believe it or not, that whole team has stuck together during all this time frame and all the different delays and things, so we really appreciate them. We think this team can give you the best planned and executed set of healthcare facilities expansion in the United States, and we think we can create a model in doing that. Both Monica and I have our businesses rooted in Tarrant County. The oldest part of our business is Tarrant County based and has been here since our beginning. But most importantly, you can count on us working together to start immediately on the planning phase of this project, but carrying it all the way through to completion of construction. So look, thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
I'm Jerry Nickerson. I'll be the program executive, and I work with Broadus. This morning, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Broadus Levis team and how we're going to bring our extensive Texas experience in hospitals and medical care facilities as well with a national subject matter expert team. Broadus Levis have been local for over 32 years in Tarrant County, and they've done over $1.4 billion worth of Tarrant County work. In addition, throughout the state, we've done over 19 medical district and hospital facilities, up to over $7 billion in work for those throughout 26 counties in Texas. The rest of our team we have about 7 firms that will have specific JPS experience. We have at least 6 members of those firms that have participated in both the programming and phases for JPS, as well as on the Blue Ribbon Committee that prepared the report for this bond program. Our hub and business and minority teams are local, and they will be blended through our organization and to build capacity for their experience and knowledge throughout the program term and then after. And we are continuing to foster and build our MWBE partners in the local community. Our Broadus Levis team brings a Texas foundation with local experience and national subject matter expertise. And we're ready to get started. Today's topics for the agenda, we'll start with a little more about our team members. We'll go into our IPMO process. We'll talk about the strategic planning implementation phase, as well as the construction implementation phase. And then we'll talk a little bit more about our schedule optimization, where we think we have a couple of ideas that can speed up this process for us and maybe save some money. And then we're going to talk a little bit about our COVID experiences to date and how we would blend that and those issues into our future planning for the program. And I want to reinforce that the Broadus Levis team is perfectly aligned with the vision, mission, and values of the county and JPS. We want to be a collaborative, communicative thought leader, and we will come with a servant leadership. Now today, the rest of our team. Derek Walls will be our program manager. He's with Broadus. Katrina Keys with K Strategies will handle our diversity and our communication process. Lindsley Withy with Guidehouse will be specializing in our strategic planning efforts. Karen Baylor with Guidehouse will talk about behavioral health. Dr. Kevin Downey with Crosspoint will also talk about behavioral health. John Souter with PwC will talk about our financing and analytics component. We'll have Greg Hughes with Broadus to talk a little bit about master planning. We'll have Patrick Chambers with Cummings to talk about our project optimization and program optimization. This is our scheduling and our costing elements. And then we have Chris Briggs with Buxton who will talk about our real estate.
Veronica Murphy, K Strategies, MWVE Program and Project Communications.
Jeremy Johnson, Jeremy A. Johnson, CPA, PC, Financial Planning.
Albert Hawkins, Hawkins Public Policy Consulting, Financial Planning.
Vicky Whitaker, Levis, Strategic Planning.
David Misko, ProTech Management Group, Data, IT, Telecommunications Planning.
Williams, President, Trojan Commercial Real Estate Planning.
Tony Casagrande with Campos Engineering, Facilities Team, MEP Oversight.
Mike McKee with Compost Engineering, Facilities Team, MEP Oversight.
Tom McCarty, LBL Architects, Facilities, Architectural Oversight.
Declan Jones, EJS, Facility Civil Group.
Bob Riley, Half Associates, Civil Oversight.
Dennis Hart, Half Associates, Civil Oversight.
Hezekiah Harris, CMTS LLC, Construction Oversight.
Abel Saldana, CMTS LLC, Construction Oversight.
Donald Vestal, Senior Project Manager, Levis Consulting Group.
Roger Witt, Vice President of Operations for Levis, Program Manager for the project.
And now Katrina Keys will speak on video about our hub and minority programs and our strategic communication.
Hi, I'm Katrina Keys with K Strategies, and I'll be leading our team's Hub Diversity Program to ensure local minority, women, and small businesses have significant opportunities on the JPS program. I have more than 25 years of experience leading successful diversity initiatives on large program management and construction projects. 17 years with K Strategies, and before starting my company, I worked in the MWBE program for Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and led the Hub program for the University of Texas at Arlington. K Strategies has also led multiple diversity programs for Fort Worth ISD bond programs. Our Hub leadership is more than Katrina. Monica Bailey Jackson with Levis has served on the board of the Fort Worth Metropolitan Black Chamber of Commerce and the Regional Black Contractors Association. Monica, myself, and the leaders of some of our other minority Hub team partners have served in multiple leadership and advocacy roles in the minority business community for past decades. And that's why Hub participation is so important to our team, and we understand how important it is to JPS, Commissioner's Court, and the businesses and residents of Tarrant County. And that's why we've created a robust Hub diversity program for JPS. Our program starts off with an extensive outreach and marketing campaign, where we have different initiatives and activities to outreach to the minority community, including networkers, partnerships with the Chambers of Commerce and presentations, one-on-one meetings with Hub firms, and having a project website, newsletter, and other marketing campaigns to make sure the Hub community is aware of the program and what projects are involved so they can bid on the projects at JPS. We also will have a capacity building program that's two-pronged. Our Hub team partners, we have partnered them with some of our Hub national or some of our national firms where we have a mentoring and capacity building relationship for our Hub team partners. And also we'll have workshops and training programs that all Hub firms on the projects can participate in throughout the JPS program. We want to make sure we can help our Hub firms grow, strengthen their firms, and really expand their healthcare experience. We also will have a contractor compliance program where we will require the prime contractors to provide monthly reports, and we will look at their subcontract intent plans regularly to make sure that the hub firms they have in their bids are performing on the project, doing work, and getting paid. We want to make sure that we have good reporting for the program that we can submit to JPS and Commissioners Court, so you know where we are in terms of the progress of hub firms and participation. We also are looking at having what we call a diversity, culture, inclusion program, where yes, we want to make sure that minority firms are getting contracts, but we also want to make sure that the workforce on the program is inclusive and diverse, and that we celebrate and have a great diversity culture for everyone. We want to make sure each worker feels important and included and knows that they're a key success to the JPS program. And we will do that through our diversity inclusion program, similar to how you have a safety program with different activities to really celebrate and educate diversity. By choosing the Broadus Levis team, a Tarrant County-based hub-led firm, you will have great hub leadership, significant hub participation, and you will show, as choosing us as the program managers, that you're serious about hub participation and that it starts at the top. Thank you.
I wanted to follow up just a moment on what Katrina had just said. We listened to you, the court. We know you want diversity and local experienced firms working on this bond program. Our hub program will provide that. We're going to mix the hub members in with our project experts so that we can build capacity and learning for all of our hub firms in the local area, so that moving forward after the bond program, they will have that experience that they've gained. Right now, I think we have over 350 employees out of the 9 firms in Tarrant County that live in Tarrant County. So we are truly a home-based company and a home-based team. And we're ready to start. We're ready to start now. Got the organization chart here, and you have it on your placemat. And the org chart really is here to typify how we want to communicate both to you and back into our firm and our companies. On the right of that, you'll see a listing of firms that are a part of our team, and the red highlighted firms are our minority and hub participation teams. And the top section, you'll see in red, that is our strategic planning phase, which is this first 18 months of the program. And the remaining part of the org chart is for our project implementation that will follow. In addition, you'll see blue ribbon symbols across the chart, and that indicates our individuals that have JPS experience as well as were members of the Blue Ribbon Committee report. We are diverse, local, experienced, Texas-founded companies, and we're ready to serve. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce our program manager, Derek Walls.
I'm a 4th generation Tarrant County resident and very, very proud of that. I want to give you some ideas of how I feel like I'm uniquely qualified for this, to be the program manager to lead this team. I've got over 30 years of healthcare experience with projects and strategic planning across the United States, as well as over $2 billion worth of projects that I've helped implement as a project manager, and a lot of those right here in Tarrant County. I've spent 12 years as a hospital employee. 4 of those were at JPS. I was the director, the first director of design and construction, and I'm also a volunteer at JPS. I've spent a couple of years working in the Main Street Clinic as well as the Worth Street Clinic as a volunteer. The projects that are in the bond program are not new. Those projects have been needed for a long time, so I'm very familiar, even dating back to when I was there, the need for these bond program projects. Also, just having the opportunity to spend time with staff, spend time with patients, understand the importance of these projects to the patients and to the staff. We'll implement our IPMO, which is our Integrated Project Management Office. I'll be leading that team, and it's the core team of our group. And we see that as an extension of you, the county commissioners, as well as the JPS executive team, as well as the JPS board. We'll establish that office, and we see a great opportunity to put that mobile office at the old St. Joe's site in a mobile office so that we're in close proximity to JPS, because we'll spend a lot of time working with the JPS staff and know how important their time is. So it'll be close, save time, foster communication, and that'll be communication at all levels in a very open office environment for you and for the county administrators to also be a part of that process. The project is divided into 2 phases. So the first phase outlined in the RFP was a 9-month assignment for strategic planning. We feel like we can get that done in 8 months with the team that we have, with the experience from working at JPS and also Blue Ribbon Committee, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. But what you're looking at is the schedule that will be implemented over that first 8 months. And part of that will be starting our diversity outreach program and how that's going to work. Also for our process optimization, how we're going to work with JPS, how we're going to work with you, with the county, and establish that early. The next part of those tasks that you see down the left side is our strategic planning effort with our strategic planners, behavioral health, with our facilities infrastructure, investigation, as well as master planning. Down to the bottom where you see the project implementation plan, we'll be developing that. It's a 16-step process that we'll go through in that first 8 months, and that's really a guide. That's going to be our guide as we move into that implementation phase. That'll tell us how we're going to go through the project, how we're going to plan. Our project strategic planners don't stop there. Those strategic planners don't stop after 8 months. They will continue throughout the project to make sure, as we work through implementation, to update the master plan, update the strategic plan as we move along. This slide illustrates how that's going to work. So in the planning process, you see in the green bar there, that will implement our business analytics and financial modeling team, along with our strategic and behavioral health planners, along with the investigation that we're doing on the infrastructure, master planning, in combination with our scheduling and estimating. All those team members work collaboratively together to develop scenarios and options, and they'll be working directly with the JPS executives and their integrated team as we go through those scenarios, so that the decisions that get made in that strategic plan are all vetted and understood. The modeling of the financials is all included in that. So at the end of that 8 months, we'll have a strategic plan that will be used as we move forward through the design process. I'd like to have our team, our strategic planning team, come up and kind of give you a little more detail of how that's going to work.
Lindsley Withy with Guidehouse. The district has a compelling opportunity to implement a compelling vision while balancing the increasing pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. Guidehouse has assisted over 350 facilities across 25 states in the response and recovery of COVID-19. So we feel that we have the tools and assets and knowledge to really understand the planning assumptions that go into strategic planning with the taking into account the pandemic. Many of the assumptions underpinning most strategic plans are now obsolete. And JPS has the opportunity to develop a strategic plan adapting to the new normal, incorporating these lessons learned. The district's commitment to be a leader in value-based care is going to be ever increasingly important going forward in your strategic planning efforts. As Jerry mentioned, our team is comprised of individuals that have been involved in developing the Blue Ribbon Committee report. And so we therefore, including myself, therefore understand how important it is to take in consideration all of those recommendations that were embedded into that report and carrying them forward through the strategic planning process. Some of those areas in which we want to make sure would be carried forward would be a move from inpatient to outpatient care. Identified in that report, there were specific areas in which that we've identified are important to make sure are considered, including South Arlington, Southwest, the Northwest, and Richland Hills. Also, it would be expanding the continuum of care for behavioral health, making sure that that's embedded throughout the entire delivery system, and also a focus on integrated delivery systems and the social determinants of health. So we've developed a 4-phase process for the strategic planning, starting with ensuring that it's collaborative, iterative, interactive, and transparent. We'll be working with both the strategic planning and behavioral health strategic planning in complete unison throughout this process, also embedding financial planning and facility planning integrated throughout the entire strategic plan. We'll start with project mobilization, where we make sure we get the project kicked off right with a communication strategy, collaborating with Katrina and her team, and making sure that we understand who the stakeholders are throughout the process and when to involve them. Then we'll move on to looking at the market and organizational assessment. We'll be looking at trends, what services to expand, such as telehealth, what partnerships could be considered, such as for behavioral health, and how to become more consumer-centric across the system. We will then begin going forward for the remainder of the process to deploy our communication strategy with stakeholders, starting with the visioning and requirements and understanding how can we improve and optimize care delivery across the network. Then we'll go into initial scenario development. We'll be thinking about how should JPS be configured from both an inpatient and outpatient perspective, and also incorporating social determinants of health. And we'll look at refined scenario development, where this is where we're going to be really thinking about how does the facility plan impact the budget, making sure that those are financially viable and they can truly be afforded and implemented, and what other revenue streams could we consider as we're thinking about our strategic plan. And then finally, in the plan, we're going to be thinking about the actual implementation of the plan and assigning those responsibilities. I'd like to invite John up to talk about how we will be integrating the financial planning process through our strategic planning efforts.
John Souter, PricewaterhouseCoopers. When we had the pleasure of presenting to the JPS board, they asked, when does the financial planning process start? The financial planning process starts on day one. And in fact, I would argue that that process has already begun. Recently, PricewaterhouseCoopers worked with JPS on the cost accounting methodology, so we have a really firm understanding financially from an operational perspective how to build out those models. I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity to work with Jeremy Johnson, a local CPA, and Albert Hawkins, the former executive director of Texas Health and Human Services, to build out what will become a financial simulation model. And that financial simulation model is going to allow us to iteratively test all of these scenarios so we can make sure that we can afford to operate these programs and that they're delivering the maximum benefit, and just essentially we're being very good stewards of the county's dollars. In terms of when that financial planning process ends, we are a local team. So I was raised in the Fort Worth Independent School District. I did my undergraduate at Tarrant County Junior College, what was then Tarrant County Junior College. I did my further undergraduate work at UTA, and I went to grad school at Texas Christian University. So myself, along with Jeremy Johnson and Albert Hawkins, we're homegrown. All of the financial knowledge we'll be bringing is from right here in the 817. So once we hand over that financial simulation model to JPS Health, we'll be a phone call away and happy to help them continuing to use that as they evaluate programs.
John, did you have an uncle or a grandfather that was a mayor?
I did not, but I know who you're speaking of. There was also the artist that did all of the artistry work for the white pages and the yellow pages was a Souter. So.
If you had not known who he was talking about, we would have somewhat questioned your knowledge and experience in the area.
JPS will also benefit from Guidehouse's experience in very sophisticated modeling that we perform across the country, but also bringing that experiences straight to JPS, including our COVID response models that we'll be able to apply to make sure that any of the previous planning efforts have been adapted and make sure that they're modified to incorporate any changes that have most recently happened in the market. So finally, coming into how we'd be developing the model of care for JPS, we'll be taking into account stakeholder input as well as the market analysis information, which we'll develop to come up with a customized model of care for JPS that will be taking into account many of those elements that were developed in the Blue Ribbon Committee report, but also they'll come out of our conversations with stakeholders. Most importantly, thinking about how can behavioral health be truly embedded into the model of care and throughout the process. So it's with my great pleasure to be able to introduce you to Drs. Karen Baylor and Dr. Kevin Downey, who are going to talk a little bit about our experience and what they've been able to implement across the country very successfully, some behavioral health models that we could bring to JPS.
Hi, I'm Karen Baylor. I have a PhD in clinical psychology and am a licensed marriage and family therapist in California. I'm currently working as a consultant with Guidehouse. I've spent my entire career working in the behavioral health field in a variety of settings. One that I think relates to this project is my experience as the Deputy Director for Mental Health and Substance Use Disorders at a state department that administered Medicaid here in California. We did not have a very robust delivery system for those who suffer from substance use disorders when I first started at the department. We had an exciting opportunity to change that. We pulled together all of the stakeholders and asked them, how would you redesign the system from a client and family perspective? This was highly beneficial. We were able to develop a full continuum of care, and we really redesigned the service delivery system. We were able to negotiate it with the federal government, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare, and in fact it was so successful that 25 additional states have followed this model of care. When looking at the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan, there are a number of goals that we have set. We want to be able to build upon the work and the recommendations from the Citizens Blue Ribbon Committee. We want to continue the stakeholder engagement process and really focus on the patient experience. But the overall system strategy is to develop a full continuum of care for the entire service delivery system. We want to be able to have good coordination of care and good transitions of care. And most importantly, integration of substance use with mental health, with prevention in a physical health care setting. We want to focus on wellness and recovery and innovative practices that are evidence-based. As you can see up on the screen, there are a number of models of care. We want to be able to learn and build on what was learned in the Whole Person Care pilot and, of course, the current telehealth expansion due to the COVID pandemic. We want this process to be collaborative and transparent and to really be able to improve the quality of care for those in Tarrant County who suffer from substance use disorders and mental health. We are excited about this opportunity and look forward to working with all of you, and thank you for your time.
I'm Dr. Kevin Downey. I'm immediate past president of the International Community Corrections Association, and I am the president and CEO of Crosspoint in San Antonio since 2006. In 2014, I met with the Bexar County Director of Judicial Services to talk about a service gap in the continuum of care for offenders with behavioral health issues who also needed transitional residential care. Subsequent to that, I went and met with Judge Wolf, County Judge Wolf, and two of the commissioners. I met with the head of Bexar County Mental Health. I met with the person who was then sheriff of Bexar County, who was then district attorney. I ultimately met with the Southwest Texas Regional Advisory Council, and we were able to develop an innovative program based on the Crosspoint model of accountability, of behavioral health services, and residential support services. The design first revolved around offender populations. We focused on jail diversion folks who had behavioral health issues. We were able to open our program in December 2017. It was called Behavioral Health Transitions, or BHTS. This model provides 24/7 accountability, case management assistance that focuses really on employment, housing, and development of a stable support system for the people that come to us. And critically, the embedded behavioral health treatment. So the treatment is provided right there where they're coming for residential support.
Is this in the Valero Center?
Pardon me?
Is this in the Valero?
No, sir. This is in Government Hill in San Antonio. So in 2018, we were able to serve 216 residents that were mostly diverted from jail. These individuals were receiving treatment, or should have been receiving treatment, in Bexar County Jail, which at the time cost up to $250 a day. At BHTS, we were able to provide these services for approximately $100 a day. The cost offset was therefore right at $1.5 million for 12 months for those individuals had they stayed in jail getting treatment instead. The other thing is that they were allowed then to come to the community where they could interact with their family, stay close to the family, we could help them get employment. Then we started taking behavioral health hospital referrals at the end of 2018. The first thing that struck us, we were looking at the demographics, and we realized that the behavioral health hospital referrals looked exactly the same as the people that we were diverting from jail. And really, they were the same people. We were just intercepting them at different points in that cycle of homelessness, emergency services, and incarceration. So the 2019, we were able to serve 302 residents. Now they are mostly behavioral health hospital referrals. Once they realized we could take them and what we did with them, those numbers started picking up. We had the same sort of a model that we had for the diversion folks. But if they had stayed in the behavioral health hospitals, at the time it was costing at least $525 a day for them to stay there. So coming to Crosspoint, to the behavioral health transitions, we were able to result in a cost offset of approximately $3 million for 12 months time. So there was a great savings. Plus, we were able to break the cycle that I just referred to. Coming to the community, they were no longer cycling through that. The other thing is that it reduced the opportunities for these individuals to engage in self-harming behavior or harming others. From the beginning, we also solicited community investment in this model. So we looked to local foundations and to Bexar County government, and we received significant funding that helped us with the cost of operations, renovation, and purchase of innovative tools such as Telepsych. Tangentially related, in December 2018, we also opened another transitional care model. This one was called Casa Mia, and it was for women who were pregnant or parenting who had opioid use disorders and their babies. So this model was much the same as BHTS, but now as a key partner, we had UT Health School of Nursing. And not only did they get to come in and help with hands-on care for the mamas and babies, but they trained my staff. And critically, they also opened up funding streams that we hadn't previously been able to access. So the collaboration was much the same as BHTS, county judge, commissioners, but now we also had the director of the Bexar County Opioid Task Force with us. The faith community played a huge role in this. We also had state and local elected officials that participated in the development of this program. I am so confident that collaborating with the county, we will be able to build an innovative transitional care model right here that fits the needs of this county. Thank you.
So really excited about the opportunity to be streamlining and collaborating the overarching strategy with the behavioral health strategy throughout this process and come up with scenario planning options that will also be taking into consideration both the facilities and the financial implications. And finally, as we look at how we're going to be developing the strategic planning framework, we're going to have strategies that are really focused on implementation and coming up with timelines and holding people accountable for their actions to make sure they get executed. Thank you. And similar to John in the financial planning process, we're going to be through the strategic planning, ensure that it's updated consistently and effectively throughout the duration of the implementation project.
Now, I'm assuming that the masks, some of them say 817. Yours is an up-down 817. Oh. So you're not in distress, so I'm assuming that that's... Thank you, Judge. So are all the 817s, do they live in 817s, or are they just talking about 817s?
We're proud to be here at 817 today.
Okay.
We've got lots.
I don't live in 817, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for 817. My father grew up in Fort Worth, went to Pascal High School, played for TCU, and so I'm a product of 817 by the grace of God.
That counts.
Greg Hughes with Broadus. I want to talk about the programming and master planning aspects. Lindsley and John talked about the strategic initiatives and goals and so forth that will be derived. If we don't have physical models that are implementable, that support those goals, then all of that is for naught. So the programming phases and the master planning phase is extremely critical. During programming, our focus is really going to be looking specifically at those projects that we've got to define the scope and scale of those projects, making sure that they are aligned with the strategic initiatives and ideals. That will be an engaging process, just like Lindsley pointed out with regards to how we engage stakeholders with JPS, stakeholders with the county, partnership stakeholders. That's going to be an engaging process so that we can build consensus and be able to make sure that everybody comes up with those physical ideas together. During master planning, our focus is going to be looking at your infrastructure, looking at the building stock that you already have on campus, being able to look at how those can align with each other. We'll be looking at access and identity, circulation patterns, linkages, relationships, and being able to look at opportunities to build synergy between different areas of the campus to be able to create centers of excellence to serve patients in the most efficient manner as possible. Through all of this, our goals without a doubt are to look at near-term projects, look at long-term projects, and to be able to understand the cost implications and the schedule implications. And Broadus was able to be fortunate to do the update program back in 2014 with JPS. Patrick's going to talk with you a little bit now about the cost modeling.
Hi, Patrick Chambers with Cumming Corporation. So I have to tell you, this project has some significant personal excitement for me because I think it was about 2 years ago, I stood right here and presented the cost and the schedule information from the Citizens Blue Ribbon Committee that ultimately led to the bond funding. So it's always exciting to see your work come to fruition. Reflecting back on something that John said about the financial planning, kind of also goes hand in hand with the cost estimating and budgeting for the project. That's something that begins day one or has already begun. We'll be working closely with John as we explore the scenarios to make sure we have accurate cost information to him. And fortunately at Cumming, we have over 150 cost estimators across the country in our 30 offices that are working daily on hospital and healthcare project cost estimating. Through that, we've developed a significant benchmark data on costing that we will normalize to current time in Tarrant County to ensure that we have accurate cost projections. And it's really an iterative process that lives well beyond the planning phase. It goes all the way through implementation to completion, to working with the project team, going back and forth with our planning team on the scenario planning. So those are the things that we're going to do for the cost estimating. Scheduling is a similar process. Scheduling is actively informing the budget, and the budget is actively informing the schedule. So as of day one, we'll establish our baseline schedule, working back and forth again as we go through the implementation phase with the project teams. And the scheduling doesn't only include the construction, even though that's the biggest piece of the schedule. There's all kinds of different items. So it is a total project schedule that includes all the owner activities, design activities, and gets us all the way through to completion. And there's a combination of the cost and the schedule where we'll be establishing some cash flow forecasts that will make sure line up with the bond funding schedule as well, and also continues to inform that financial model. Some of the tools that we have, I wanted to highlight here is DProfiler is the tool that we use for our cost estimating. And if you look through the Citizens Blue Ribbon Committee report, that is a tool we've already used, so you're familiar with that. And that allows us to track cost, track schedule, all the way through the project. Of course, at the end of the day, we're going to deliver a project that's on budget and on schedule. Thank you.
My name is Chris Briggs, and I'm with the Buxton Company. We are headquartered here in Fort Worth, Texas, since 1994. Many people don't understand that the world's leading consumer analytics company is based here in Fort Worth. 90% of our employees live here in Tarrant County. What we're going to be doing in this project is evaluating the potential for revenue generators. So we're going to be looking at the ability to incorporate and what the market might bear for retail development, even multifamily residential type developments. The way we do this is through our expertise, through our experience of our staff, our analysts, our leadership, to use data, analytic capabilities, and real-world experience, helping retailers, healthcare providers, and even multifamily residential unit developers understand the market. They understand who the customers are, where they are, and what they need and what their value is. So that's something unique that we're going to be bringing to the table in this. In terms of experience, the healthcare side, hundreds of healthcare providers across the country, including the Acclaimed Physicians Group most recently, which is affiliated with JPS, helping them understand the expansion of urgent care, mental health facilities, and patient-centered homes. We are excited to be a part of this completely professional group, and our firsthand knowledge with everybody on our staff of Tarrant County will also emotionally invested in it, but also their own experiences here with many of the people having spent many years of their life here in Tarrant County. Thank you.
Chris touched on the opportunities that we're going to have for alternate opportunities to bring in revenue to the bond program. And to know that Broadus has extensive history and work, even back to the Senate Bill 1048, we were the only firm that was invited to be a part of the committee to develop that Senate Bill 1048, which has allowed state entities to develop like P3 projects. We've identified four, for sure, right off the bat, opportunities that we feel would be good opportunities for P3. One is the PCC, which is this will be on the JPS campus, but it'd be a really good opportunity to bring in a private development, to bring in some private funding, and to develop that project to free up some of the bond dollars. Also, in a cogen plant, in the central plant, we know there's going to be a lot of work for the central plant, and that'd be another opportunity that we can.
Back up.
Yes, sir.
PCC.
Yes, sir.
And cogen. Don't assume that we know what you're talking about.
Okay, I apologize. In the bond program, the PCC project is the medical office building. So at one point they called it the Ambulatory Surgery Center. Then it developed larger into the PCC project. Yes, sir. Thank you. The cogen is a energy plant that can generate energy not only for JPS, but other opportunities in that area that we could then sell energy to. So we become an opportunity for some revenue off of that. Yes, sir. Also with parking garages, those are another really good opportunity. We have talked to some industry leaders on the development side, and they're very interested in the PCC project as well as parking garages. And there's the property that JPS owns is another very good opportunity, like Chris was talking about, for developing those properties that can benefit JPS, but can benefit that from an opportunity to generate revenue. So we're going to transition now. We've been focused on the kind of the planning phase, so we're going to transition now to the implementation phase. And what I mentioned earlier during the implementation phase was developing the project implementation plan. And we finished that. Now we're ready to implement and start our projects. With this organizational chart, a couple things I want to highlight. One is the reporting structure, where we will be reporting from our IPMO office team up through JPS, up to the Tarrant County, to you, to the commissioners, so that you can be informed throughout the project where we stand, schedule, budget, how we're doing our hub diversity program. Those are the elements that will be reported up to you. We will identify, there's 7 projects that are identified in.
I want to, and I don't say this for any other reason
Yes,
than time is of essence.
Yes, sir.
And I would say to you, almost look at your reporting to JPS at the same time you're reporting to us.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the way we want it.
Okay. Understood. So through that process of, we have our projects that are divided into 7 projects that are identified in the bond program, and we've identified project managers that have expertise and a lot of experience in those projects. They will also be backed up. What you see the row below that in kind of the orange color is the backup support that they're going to need for project inspectors, estimators, our estimating team, and scheduling, so that when we go through the design process, we don't have any surprises. So when we get ready for bid, we know that those projects are on schedule and they're within the budget. So we've got a vast number of our team, including all the way through to the FF&E on the project, and which is the furniture and equipment that'll be on the project, which is a large part. We have team members that have experience in helping JPS with that process. So we'll be bringing this to you, to the commissioners, as well as to JPS at the same time. Very similar to the way Dr. Tanesha brings you his weekly reports in more of a dashboard format. So that it's a snapshot of how things are going on the project, schedules, budgets, how we do in our hub program, but know that we're there whenever you need us. Like John mentioned, I'm a phone call away. We'll bring our team. If we need to come meet you in your office, if we need to meet with constituents, just to get a better understanding of where we are so that you're fully informed, so there is no surprises. And we'll be reporting that to you as often as possible, weekly, monthly, to make sure you know where we stand on the projects. The schedule that we were given is on the placemat in front of you. So the schedule that we were given in the RFP outlined projects that extended out approximately about 13 years. So what we did is we took an opportunity to look at this, and we found about 14 ways that we think that we could improve the schedule that will ultimately improve the overall budget as well. So I'd like to go through this really quickly. One is we talked about our process in the first 9 months. We think we can get that accomplished in 8 months. Also, number 2 that you see on the left side, in the lower left corner, is go ahead and let's start getting our soils report, geotech, and surveys. Get as much of that started as we can. It takes time, but it's just information that'll help us throughout the project. So we can go ahead and start that early. Those 2 things. Number 3, there's an opportunity for us to alternate delivery style, which means we can fast track projects. We can improve those schedules so it's not just your traditional design, then bid, and then build, but we can improve the times on projects by an alternate delivery style. It's very, very common in the marketplace today. Number 4 is, like you've shown on medical homes 1 and 2, what we see on the schedule was medical homes 3 and 4 kind of separated out. There's economy of scale and an opportunity to bring those together and move those up in the schedule. I know that what's going on out in the community, especially we've seen through COVID-19, it's important that we bring those facilities on as early as possible, and this way we can bring those forward. Number 5 is on the schedule is about a 14-month gap in the middle of 2025 to the end of 2026, and there's not much activity shown. So what we're proposing is that we can move those projects that are later in the schedule, the Murphy Street parking garage, the new patient tower, we could move those up in the schedule because that 14-month is just escalation and it's costing money. So we want to move those up. And number 6, the schedule showed starting our backfill and renovation projects at the very, very end once we finish the new patient tower. Once we've completed the PCC project, which is our new MOB with all of our new specialty clinics, the OPC building at JPS, where if you go and you go visit Robert Early, that's the OPC building, and all of those specialty clinics are there. Now it's vacant. Let's start that renovation early. We don't need to wait till the end of the project. Let's start that and work that through. Yeah, we can move because we've got a lot of empty space and we can start that early. So,
but I'm assuming that a lot of that will be shown that can happen based upon my accountant's work.
Yes.
Because one of the things that we're concerned about is having the revenue to take care of the operational costs that we're creating as a result of what we're doing.
Yes, sir. And that's part of the financial modeling that John's going to be factoring in, along with our P3 opportunities. How do those factor in so that we can make sure that we hit the mark with what the funding that we have and know that we can operate those buildings? And that's part of that modeling.
The other piece of that is scheduling the sale of the debt.
Yes, sir.
So that we have money on time, but we don't have it out there longer than we need to have it out there.
Yes, sir. Very
well.
clear.
And I have argued that long and hard in the past, but when I was arguing it, we weren't looking at 1.5% interest.
Well, that's true.
Those are all things that I think we need help on, because it may be in this particular instance that we feel like borrowing ahead of time at a 1.5% rate or whatever the rate is at whatever time we're looking at. That's what you're going to tell us.
Yes, sir.
But that's a big, I wouldn't have argued that in fact, I didn't argue it last year.
Right.
But I think it's something that is certainly worth a look this year.
I agree. So Patrick is going to touch briefly on what that impact, if we could save 18 months on the schedule, what impact that would be.
So we had an opportunity to really take an early look and do some iterative studies on what the cost is. And if you look on the screen, it's upwards of $72 million. And that's really just the escalation cost associated with moving some of those pieces forward. Kind of the tip of the iceberg. We would continue doing these studies, working with the accountants to make sure that these are the numbers that are evaluated and looked at as we move forward through the project. Thanks.
The image that you have up there right now is of the Texas Medical Center. One of the things that you said, or that we have brought you, is an expert team, a depth of experience. And so this image represents that depth of experience. Those 15 projects that you see there are with 7 different institutions and represent about $3.5 billion in constructed value. Broadus was involved in the planning, implementation, and management of those projects, and we're really proud of that. Part of that depth of experience that will be able to be leveraged on your project. The list that follows is a similar list. It actually includes about $4 billion worth of projects, and the majority, or at least 7 of those, are projects that were in excess of $500 million in constructed value. One of the ones listed there is the behavioral health project, which was number 15 on the previous slide, where Broadus did the programming. We were able to actually add an additional floor on that project within the budget. And so some of those experiences are going to be able to be leveraged for your project.
So Lindsley touched on lessons learned in the strategic planning. What I want to mention is what we've learned so far that will be implemented, should be implemented due to COVID-19. One is access. We need to have access to our clinics, increase that, and not only for the new clinics, but our existing clinics. Stop 6, Viola Pitts, Como, Diamond Hill, Southeast Clinic, all of those clinics that are existing clinics are opportunities for us to increase the availability for our patients. Also telehealth, that's critical. We've seen the benefits of that, and we need to be keeping moving that forward. It will be very, very important when we look at moving in through and what we've learned from the COVID-19.
We have about 2 minutes before we start to ask questions.
So as we kind of start to wrap up here, we know what the mission is. The mission here is to develop a healthcare system, improve the healthcare to a world-class system. And we've got a good start on that because 2 of the big elements that are needed in that we've already got are patients and staff. And that's referring back to us here in Tarrant County. We are world-class. So that's a good start in what we need. The rest is flexibility. We need to increase access, like I talked about, a transitional care model, and a patient-centric focus in our hospitals. Those are the ingredients that will help build that world-class care. Next slide. In any mission, whether that's on the battlefield, going to the moon, or developing a world-class system, requires strong leadership. And we have that from you. We have that from JPS, and we want to be a part of that. We have the backing of our leaders right here, and we have a team of healthcare professionals that are focused and understand healthcare and understand Tarrant County and what JPS needs, excuse me, to develop a world-class system. And we're excited about that, and we're ready to get started. That's it. Thank you.
Questions?
Same question I asked the previous group. From the beginning, when we started contemplating hiring a program management group, I became convinced that teaming was the way to go on this project. You have a very diverse team in both experience and in ethnicity. Tell me from an internal perspective, how you're going to make this work, and how you're going to make it function as an integrated, seamless delivery system.
Yes. So what we showed was how we're teaming. We're taking our thought leaders and our national experience, and we're teaming those. So in our strategic planning, that's a team. Behavioral health, that's a team. And we're doing that throughout the entire project. So we're teaming those that have experience, teaming with those that are some of our firms that are going to learn, and we have teamed those together. And then those will be reporting up to the IPMO office, and we'll just be keeping track of how that development is going. We've got Katrina that's also involved that'll be making sure that we're following even on the hub program, but also we talked about our diversity program and inclusion, and that's very, very important to us. Sure.
Monica and I have worked on this very point quite a bit. We realize this is a very large team. We realize there's a lot of experts. Experts all have opinions, but we have worked for the last year and a half talking about how we're going to coordinate among all these different disciplines, and also how we do that in an inclusive way. I mean, that's what our joint venture is built upon, and that's what we intend to do. And we could go into a lot of detail here, but we will, our executive, at their different levels of our team, will be meeting regularly, making sure these coordinations are done, and making sure this is all communicated back to you. And we are always open if you see any chinks or have any misgivings or any kind of advice that you need that comes to us. We are always open to that. So just that's the way we roll. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I guess my question centers around, y'all have been involved with this from the very get-go, even before we brought in the Blue Ribbon Committee. I know that. What did we miss? Or what, as you've been looking through this, do you say, you know, we're kind of nervous about this part of this deal, and you know, we're really going to have to be focused on this to watch and make sure it doesn't blow up?
I think the implementation of these projects, especially at the main campus, is going to have a big impact. And so how do we make sure that we have our enabling projects worked out? Because that has not really been vetted. That hasn't been worked out yet. Where are we going to handle, how are we going to handle our parking? How are we going to handle all of the influx of new people and staff? At some points, not at one time, but some of these projects are going to have 450 construction workers at JPS. So we need to make sure that we've managed that, we've thought it through, but I think that's kind of maybe a surprise, is we know we've got a lot of work to do, and I know JPS especially is anxious. Me as a citizen, I'm anxious to see these projects get started. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I know y'all probably hear this a lot, but the fact that you have planned 8 to 9 months to really go through a planning process, that's going to be hard, because I know there's people, I've heard it, people that think that we should have been putting shovels in the ground a year or two ago. So I think making sure we communicate correctly what we're doing in that process and getting community involvement, because the best project is a project when you sit back and it's not the architect or even us saying this was my project, but it's our citizens saying that's my project. And I think that will be key.
Another question, and I asked this one also of the previous. And you outlined through your presentation the behavioral health segment, and you mentioned the diversion, you mentioned some of those things which we really had not talked about in the program that we took to the voters. But it is something that we're looking at very critically right now and are ready, I think, to move forward. I heard, at least in your presentation, that you've got folks that are, as a part of this, going to help us move forward in that area.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear wrong?
No, you didn't. You heard it clear.
And how, how much time or how committed, because we have a lot of work to do in that area, and that needs to be done probably, if not simultaneously, a lot of that may be done during that 9 months of planning.
Yes, sir, it will be. It'll start there. And like Dr. Downey mentioned, he started some of this even before 2014, but it takes time just for us to implement some change in zoning so that we can have transitional care. And we understand not everybody is interested. They want it, but maybe not in my neighborhood.
Oh,
But
sure
we want
they
to
do.
make sure that we've communicated that, and we've got a good start with Dr. Downey and how that's been implemented very successfully in San Antonio.
Thank you. Again, you and I've had a couple of conversations because you've been here most of our meetings.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate that. And he does live in Precinct 3, I believe.
I do, yes, sir.
I won't hold that.
I'm right on the edge of it, though.
Yeah. But the COVID situation has obviously, this decision was ready to move forward not long after the first year, but because of COVID, here we are today in the 9th month. So, are you going to be able to catch up and bring, and you mentioned, finishing some of this earlier, and do you truly feel comfortable that your team can do that?
Yes, I do, especially with Guidehouse being involved in their experience, going through that strategic planning and doing that across the country. It's hard, but I've also shared with you that I wish that it started earlier, but in some ways it's a good thing. I mean, for us to be where we are, better than be back in March and you're going to tell us stop. We're not ready. I think this is actually a good lessons learned over the last 9 months, and we're still learning, and that's what I was saying. Our strategic planning team doesn't stop after that 9 months. And we're committed to starting immediately and try to gain back some of that time.
And I guess I would just say to you that I think if there can be any good attributed to this pandemic, and I will really have a hard time finding it, it will be that as you do plan, we will plan for the next pandemic.
Yes, sir.
And it will have some impact upon the way, I'm betting, we draw things, we build things, and we go forward with that.
One thing I would like to mention that I missed is an example. We all knew about ICU beds. In the new patient tower, we need to have acuity adaptable beds so that they can flex up. We did that in Memorial Hermann. So they could flex up to take a med-surg bed, and overnight, it's now an ICU bed. And had we done that, let's say, at the pavilion at JPS back 15 or so years ago, we could have been saying here, we're going to flex from our med-surg beds up to ICU. We've got plenty of capacity. Issue with ventilators, but we have capacity on the ICU side. So those are some of the things that we want to make sure we have in the design that will impact future growth and situations that come up.
Commissioner Allen.
Hey there. I definitely have some questions. There was mention previously of the update, the 2014 update with JPS. Can you refresh my memory on what that entailed?
Yes. So what we were asked to do was more or less like a second opinion study of the master plan. There's a Boca Powell. So if you're looking at all the documents, there's a Boca Powell master plan. And Broadus was asked to take a look at that. We did. And then we developed a space program and space modeling off of that master plan. And we made some recommendations about the master plan.
Very good. And I imagine, so in those recommendations were implemented or are still in the process of being implemented?
They're still in the process of being implemented.
Okay. Very good, thank you. My next question is, there was mention of, this was someone who spoke on behalf of Buxton, and I was looking for, I guess I missed a third point. There was mention of expansion of urgent care, mental health, and then I missed the third point on that. I can't really remember exactly what the context of that was, though.
Yes, ma'am. I was referring to some work that we've done recently in 2019 for
for a
that
claim.
physicians
Okay.
group, and the things
Very
that we were
good.
doing were market planning for those 3 services. The third was the patient-centered homes.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. Okay. My next question is related to the work that you all have done in the medical center. What was that value worth of projects?
3.5 billion.
Okay, thank you. Are you having problems hearing me? Are you all?
No, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay. And then again, because I haven't been around as long as my colleagues have, the 2 Tarrant County projects that you all did with Lon Evans in Vandergrift, the civil courts building, what were the years that those were completed?
2015 and 2016.
Okay.
2011 for the Lon Evans, 2018 for the civil court.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Allen, it's 2011 and then 2016.
20, okay.
Yes.
Very good. Yeah. Well, I appreciate the comments that you made regarding the community really having pride in what we produce through this bond. Of course, we wouldn't be here if it were not for their overwhelming support of it and seeing the need for it. I appreciate also the mention of the work that you all have done and are committed to doing in the DEI space. I do just want to make sure that we are also recognizing some folks in our community who are sometimes left out of these conversations, particularly in the Hispanic community and the Vietnamese community, and others. So I don't have a specific question for that, but just wanted to make mention of it.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, are there
Any other questions?
Your Honor, we would ask then that the court stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank y'all very much. We appreciate your time and effort in coming out here today. Thank y'all.
It was a very enlightening presentation.
1 o'clock. Are you here? Can you hear us?
Looks like she's putting her headphones.
Put your earphones in. Put your earphones. You got your earphones ready to go? Mute, mute, unmute, unmute. Are you
I said I was ready to go. I was waiting on y'all.
Wait a minute. We got you twice. Are you on the phone too?
No.
Okay. Don't know. All right, let's get.
Okay, before we start, just a couple of things. Your presentation is going to be about 45 minutes in length, and there's going to be about 15 minutes worth of Q&A afterwards, okay? This is an open meeting, and therefore it's open to the public. I need to ask everyone in the courtroom, if there's anyone in this courtroom who is not a member of the Commissioner's Court or their personal staff, or the county administration and county staff, or representatives from JPS, or members of JLL. Is there anyone in the room besides that group, these groups? Okay. The reason is because we know that while we are going ahead and filming this, we're not broadcasting it now. It gives each of the 4 parties an equal chance so that no one gets to see your presentation. So with that, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for having us. I just want to get started. Each of you have a box on your table.
We've already had them. I've already eaten the cookies. Now.
share in some interesting studies that we've done throughout this many years. Like I and the team, we've been tracking this project since 2008. And then you've got another example in here about, you've seen the Legos. We feel it's very important that we build strong teams throughout the next 10 to 12 years to help with decision-making and communication. And so you've got your Legos, and then we're gonna have a contest at the end, and whoever wins gets $4. So.
My grandson will enjoy these Legos.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, commissioners and Judge.
One of the
We're
things that we
excited.
ask is that whoever's speaking, that you speak in the mics, and I want to make sure this mic is on. So that,
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Judge, commissioners, administrative staff, JPS representatives, we want to thank you for having us today. My name is Stephen Donnelly, and I am with JLL, and I will be the project executive for this program. I grew up in Tarrant County, graduating from Keller High School. I attended UTA for a couple years before transferring and graduating from Texas A&M. Whoop. That's for you, Judge.
Not for me.
I have spent about 28 of my last 29 years working on healthcare programs very, very similar to this. And in Tarrant County, I've worked at Baylor Grapevine, Baylor All Saints, Hughley Hospital, and Cook Children's. And early in my career, I had a little bit of work at the Fort Worth Zoo, and I've even worked with the Bass family. So I'm proud to say that I've had quite a hand in what Tarrant County looks like today. As you can see from our presentation, if we could go back one slide, we have titled it Future-Proofing the Bond, and there's a reason for that, and I would like to show you just a short video that brings that into focus.
Navigating the healthcare system can be difficult and confusing for our patients. Uncertainty and lack of transportation can cause patients to delay care.
My daughter is really sick and has a high fever. I'm sure.
It just went by itself. Enter. Well, it was working.
I don't know why it's not playing.
It's so important that you see this.
okay, let me see if we can back it up.
Backward.
Can you take control and go ahead and back that up?
It was working.
Yeah, we're going to take control in just a second.
Okay, great.
Navigating the healthcare system can be difficult and confusing for our patients. Uncertainty and lack of transportation can cause patients to delay care.
My daughter is really sick and has a high fever. I'm sure the clinic will be closed before we could get there on the bus. I've heard of seeing a doctor on your phone, but I don't have a credit card. What if it's serious? We just need to get to the emergency room. It's going to take 4 buses and 2.5 hours to get there. Finally, we're here, along with a lot of other people. This is going to take a while. 4 hours, and we still haven't seen a doctor. How long is this gonna take? There's got to be a better way.
We have been listening to you and to the community for years, since 2008, in preparation for this moment. We have studied your previous assessments and reports. We have attended community meetings, listened to the JPS board managers, and attended.
That's not me. That's not me. Sorry. Okay. Sorry about that.
Navigating the healthcare system can be difficult and confusing for our patients. Uncertainty and lack of transportation can cause patients to delay care.
My daughter is really sick and has a high fever. I'm sure the clinic will be closed before we could get there on the bus. I've heard of seeing a doctor on your phone, but I don't have a credit card. What if it's serious? We just need to get to the emergency room. It's going to take 4 buses and 2.5 hours to get there. Finally, we're here, along with a lot of other people. This is going to take a while. 4 hours, and we still haven't seen a doctor. How long is this gonna take? There's got to be a better way.
We have been listening to you and to the community for years, since 2008, in preparation for this moment. We have studied your previous assessments and reports. We have attended community meetings, listened to the JPS board managers, and attended the Commissioners Court, and we have talked to each of you. We understand you need a strategic partner that will manage this program without the addition of new taxes and position JPS as a provider of choice. A partner that will guide you in creating an effective behavioral health strategy. A partner that will improve system performance to keep JPS financially and operationally sustainable. A partner that recognizes the challenges the community faces in terms of healthcare access, rising costs of care, transportation limitations, and getting you the right facility of the right size at the right time for your program. A partner that will future-proof the bond.
I edited that, so that might have been the issue. But no, the reality is that what you saw there is not an exaggeration, and happens in healthcare systems all the time, costing them tons of money for their patients and for the system. Dana and I spent a couple of days traveling the public transportation system here in Tarrant County, and it was amazing what we found. A 13-mile ride from Burleson in Tarrant County portion to the main campus, while it's only 13 miles, it took us over 2 hours and 50 minutes to make that trek. And as a parent, I can't imagine what that would be like to make that trek with a child. There's got to be a better way, and we can guide you to a better solution to help transform how healthcare is delivered. It's going to be a massive undertaking, but it's something that we're ready to embark on that journey with you. Next slide. This is JLL is joined by this selected team of experts to help you make that transformation. We have representatives from each firm that will introduce themselves today and tell you about the role that they'll have on the project in order to achieve your mission. Next slide, please. So why this team? It's because we have listened to you. In your meeting about program management selection, you guys brought up 3 points in there. One was to have the best and brightest in the industry on your team. Another was to have local participation, and the third was to have diversity, which is a commitment of ours. We have strategically selected this team based on that criteria. We are bringing some new eyes and some fresh perspectives to this program, but we've also included firms that are currently either working at JPS or have had input to some of the previous reports. In this room alone, we have worked on over $40 billion worth of healthcare programs that are very similar to yours. And we have worked with, combined on our team, we have worked on every major healthcare system in the DFW Metroplex. This is a huge decision for you guys. We know that this is a 12-year engagement, and to put that in perspective, that is longer than the average American marriage. Next slide, please. So we need to make sure that we like each other and can work well together. I'm going to bring Pam up so that she can talk a little bit. She is our Hub Compliance and MWBE lead.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Irvin Davis, and I am the president of Nerve Strategic Solutions, and I will be basically in charge of the MWBE Hub program as well as PR. And as you can see, we have a very well diverse group, and we have a chart up there that kind of goes over different groups and teams that's involved here. And a lot of these companies have actually done work with JLL, so it's not like they're any strangers to the JLL's team because of their profession. And then we've also broke it down by phases. And we know that the goal is 25%, and we're just a little bit over 35% in our goal, and we want to maintain that throughout the duration of the project. And we'll also be doing compliance reporting as well as we go through the process. And I'm going to turn it back over to Stephen.
Thank you, Pam. So this is our agenda for today. We're going to have a very brief JLL overview, but really we want to focus on what our strategy is today to meet your mission, and then what the outcomes you can expect from our team. Next slide. I'm going to let John, one of our JLL executives, talk about our project management.
My name is John Roberts. I'm an executive leader with JLL, serving our Texas and Central Region healthcare practice platform. JLL has a very robust program and project management group supporting 6,000 project managers around the globe. In 2019, our U.S. project managers oversaw $31 billion in project spend with recorded savings to our clients of $500 million. Engineering News Record, Modern Healthcare, and others have ranked JLL as one of the top program managers in America. And for the past 13 years, World Ethisphere has named JLL as one of the world's most ethical companies. We are one of America's best diversity employers. We've been in business for 235 years, and that alone will give you assurance that we'll be around for hundreds of years beyond the successful completion of your projects. And now I'll turn it back over to Stephen to get on to the rest of the program.
Thank you. So to bring this bond program into perspective, it's not about design and construction. We have heard that many times. It is about the financial success of JPS in providing the right facilities at the right time with the right care. And so we've talked about $1.2 billion, but that really only tells a portion of the story. We know, and I believe that Mr. Petty brought it up in your meeting, that for every dollar you spend on capital, you're going to spend $7 on operations. So while we talk about a $1.2 billion commitment, really you're going to spend over $9 billion for the life cycle of these facilities. Now, your project is broken into two phases. There's the planning phase and there's the implementation phase. The planning phase, we have set aside 0.04% of that life cycle cost to plan this program. That is very small dollars, but that is where the most critical decisions are going to be made. I think that there may be others that will tell you that we can shorten that time frame of that 9 months. I'm going to recommend to you to take that time to make sure that we get that strategic plan right, because anything that's not right in that first 9 months is going to have a rippling effect for your program for the next 12 years. We promise and commit to you that we will provide you the data and the information that you need so that you can make educated decisions as we move forward with your program. So as we break this into the two phases, we're going to start off discussing phase one, and I'm going to hand that off to our financial advisor, Sam, who will talk about phase one.
Thanks, Stephen. My name's Sam Sears. I'm with Percival Health Advisors. I was back here with the Blue Ribbon Committee back in 2017, and it was a real honor for me during that process to speak and present during the bond approval hearing to make the case for JPS and their needs, and I was very excited to hear that subsequently that got approved. So Percival Health Advisors, in this project, we are a strategic and financial planning firm. So we have a host of financial experts, including accountants, that we're going to bring to bear on this process. We're going to work very closely with HALSA, and you'll hear from Kristen in a minute from HALSA, with the strategic planning team. We're going to work very closely in tandem with that group. So what you see here is phase one, as Stephen mentioned, and this covers really the first 9 months of the process. And there are 4 distinct elements, which I'm going to just touch on briefly here. But when you see these 4 elements, really everybody from our entire team is going to be involved in this process. But we don't see it as a siloed effort. We see this as a highly integrated process involving everyone on our team in all aspects of the project. So there's strategic planning, right? That is the main driver. That's going to help define the project initiatives that should and will be developed during this process to ensure the right deployment model for that. By that I mean services, where they're going to be located, when they're going to be deployed in the project in an optimized and right-sized manner. Then you've got operations, right? Efficiency, staffing, benchmarking, costs. All of that together will help define capital costs that will then drive the capital needs of this project. Facility design. Facility design really needs to be enabled by a modern design process so that we're ensuring that it is modern delivery of healthcare is reflected in facility design, and also making sure that facility design is flexible so that as different scenarios come in, we have a flexible plan that we can adapt to. Finally, financial modeling. In the first 9 months, that is really to come up with a financial plan to address the $800 million bond project. Really to just figure out when does that money need to be spent, at what stage in the process, how do we cover our debt capacity, and how do we wrap all of that up to ensure the long-term financial viability of JPS as an organization. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen, who is virtual, and she's going to talk a little bit about this process.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kristen Anderson. I am one of the founding partners of Halsa Advisors. Our firm specializes in the intersection of strategic questions and facility solutions. And so, as Sam did, we're going to be partnering with Sam and Percival on the financial analysis, which informs the strategy. And we're also going to be working with E4H and Corgan on the master planning and programming. As Sam indicated, each of these firms is going to be working together over the first 9 months to set the stage for a plan that drives performance through strategy, operations, finance, and facilities. So I think it's important for you to have a little sense of how we like to work with you. So number one kind of principle is around broad participation. So we like to have a good master facility plan ought to include input from someone who has responsibility for every square foot of the organization, as well as input from clinical leadership, management, and governance. At the same time, it's really important to balance that with a smaller, focused decision-making body. We found that large groups tend to behave as audiences, and when that happens, there's no buy-in. It ends up being, the recommendations come out to be the HALSA plan or the JLL plan, and they don't really get absorbed as the JPS plan, something that we feel like we have ownership over and we have decisions that stick. The other thing that I think is important is in situations like this one, where there's been a huge amount of work that's already been completed, we tend to start with that body of work, not only to see how much of that is relevant, still valid, and we can reuse, but more importantly, to orient ourselves as to why the recommendations from previous planning efforts haven't been implemented yet. Usually there's a reason, and if you start to dig a little, you will find that there are maybe 3 or 4 underlying issues that are keeping the organization from reaching consensus. And sometimes it's even challenging to get those issues out on the table because it can feel politically incorrect to start to question some of these big things. But we found that it is critically important to get these issues uncovered so that we can start to resolve them. It's kind of like getting the clay out on the table so we can work with it. We tend to use a lot of data, but at the end of the day, the data are not going to make the decisions. People talk about data-driven processes, but I like to use the term data-informed because at the end of the day, just because the spreadsheet says that something's the right thing to do doesn't mean that the spreadsheet is going to align with our values. And we want to make sure that we're really incorporating a data-informed decision that aligns with what our mission is, what's important to the organization. And sometimes those things are, we ought to make those decisions with our eyes wide open, but those things don't always need to match. I'm going to ask Sam to talk a little bit about the sensitivity analysis, which I think is another key component about how we maintain flexibility in the plan and ensure that you have confidence in the decisions that you're making.
Thanks. And you may recall at the end of the video that Stephen showed, he talked about future-proofing the bond. So what do we mean by that? Well, sensitivity analysis is a tool that we can use to really help achieve that. And that tool is to identify those variables, those scenarios that are most likely to have the biggest impact on these projects. And then with our modeling, we're going to test those scenarios really to see how far off can we be before we need to start changing our basic assumptions or options that we've developed. This will include updating the volume and capacity projections, but as we do that, we are going to refresh all of the existing work that is done before, right? We know it's very important. We recognize it's important not to duplicate a lot of that work. We do think it needs to be modernized, and we're going to pull out everything we can from it and modernize it, but we're not going to reinvent the wheel on that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen again. She's going to give you some more specific examples of how we're going to do this.
So sometimes I think it's helpful to hear what other similar organizations are doing. Large public teaching hospitals tend to have different characteristics than private hospitals do. Their missions are different. They get paid differently. The population that they serve is different. They tend to be younger, et cetera. So, the kind of getting a sense as to what other peer organizations are doing can be helpful. Kind of one thing that these three facilities have in common, in addition to being, kind of good comparables in terms of large public safety net hospitals, is that all three of them are recognizing that they can no longer rely on their tax bases to support the kinds of investments that they need to make in technology, in expertise, and in clinical infrastructure. So each one of them is expanding their ambulatory networks, they're investing in key service lines, they're actively competing for funded patients. And the facilities investments that they're making are supporting those strategies. So kind of starting from left to right, Regions Hospital in St. Paul has really transformed itself over 2 or 3 decades. I worked with them on their strategic master facility plan in the early 2000s that resulted in the building that you see in the picture. At the time I started working with them, there were so many needs and deficiencies, and it pained them that they couldn't afford to fix everything at once. So the way that they thought about it was, we need to invest first in the projects that are going to be able to fund the project that comes next. And so that means that women's and children's is going to have to wait. It means that our inpatient psychiatry is going to have to wait. And it was agonizing for them to make those decisions. That strategy worked, though. They opened their new psych hospital about 5 years ago, their new birthing center this spring, and they are the leading hospital in this county. The UMC, similarly in El Paso, has made steady progress. They've been working on an ambulatory and a service line strategy. And I think one of the most interesting things that they've focused on is Medicare, because every year a 64-year-old unfunded patient ages into Medicare, and when they age into Medicare, they have a choice about where they're going to go. So how do we hold on to the 64-year-old who is now a funded patient? And it's a combination of strategies. It's customer service in the clinics. It's investing in private patient bedrooms so that when the patient does have to be admitted to the hospital, they're choosing us because it's competitive with anybody else in the market. It's about developing a strong specialty continuum of care that can deal with the older patient. So they've really changed their image from over the last 10 or 15 years from the place you need to go if you can't afford to go anywhere else to the only place that you think about if you're really sick. And then finally, Halifax Health, probably the most extreme, has a stated mission to eliminate reliance on taxpayer revenue altogether. And so they have a strong geographic expansion strategy that they're implementing to pursue that goal. The next slide is about behavioral health. So you specifically called out behavioral health in your RFP. And so I think it's important to spend a little bit of time on this. There's a lot of detail on this slide. So, but what I'd like you to take away is that behavioral health, there's a really broad spectrum of behavioral health needs. And because of that, there are different facilities requirements and clinical interventions that you use for, say, a level 1 patient who is or a level 3 patient who is a serious threat to themselves, not harmful to anyone else, versus the clinical and facilities responses that you have for those who are a danger to themselves and potentially a danger to others. It's not the level 3s, it's not the patients that have depression and anxiety that are comprising the majority of the safety net behavioral population. And that's something that's really important to get when you're choosing a team who's going to help you think through this. It's not the level 3s that are waiting in the community emergency rooms for a long time waiting for bed placement. It's the ones who have extremely disordered and frightening behavior and who often have other complicating social issues that make management of their issues just a lot more complicated than using a cookie cutter kind of solution to behavioral health management. So, you have to kind of think through what's our role as the county hospital, what's the role of other government and social service agencies, what's the role of private sector in meeting behavioral health needs, especially as it relates to some of the lower acuity kind of patients that we don't see as often in our facilities. So I'd like to hand this back to Sam to talk a little bit about the team's approach to financial impact analysis, because that's going to be really important in helping to inform our strategy.
Thanks. I like to think of financial planning as really not just crunching numbers. It really needs to be highly integrated with strategy, but also the financial planning can inform the strategy, it can inform the options, it can inform, frankly, any of the project considerations going on, and we wanted to do that. When we use the phrase financial impact analysis, we really mean just that. Let's identify where the financial impact that all of these initiatives are going to have on JPS long-term, so we can ensure their viability and success going forward. During the financial planning, we are going to work very closely with the JPS financial team. We're going to schedule work sessions as needed. We're going to work with them to understand baseline performance, to understand reimbursement, and frankly, to understand the unique needs of JPS's population. When I worked on this project back a few years ago, honestly, one of the biggest takeaways I had, and I went through, a mountain of paper reports. Well, it was electronic, so think of megabytes instead of a mountain of paper. But the key, one of the aha moments for me in that was a lot of the planning firms sort of took a traditional not-for-profit healthcare planning approach to these projects without necessarily recognizing the unique needs of JPS's population. So I think it's very important that any work you do is really customized to those unique needs. And when I worked previously, that was something we did. We came up with a customized process. The other thing we'll do as we work with JPS to define costs for this is to really understand where some of those variables are going to create some of the cost issues, and make sure that our scenario planning has an answer for that, basically. If you want to go to the next slide. When I worked on this in the past, in our report, I really worked on ambulatory network planning. So we worked on access, we worked on identifying gaps in care, we worked on getting patients to the appropriate level, appropriate site of care. I think some of the value we also brought in that project was to be able to, frankly, push back on some of the things. One of the things we saw was, and I did not do the behavioral health planning, I think that was HMA, but during that, one of the things we identified was it was really getting pretty big, and we thought it was getting too big. So even though we weren't doing the actual planning for that, we got into the process and helped, frankly, scale that back a little bit. And I think there's even still a little work to be done on this. So, as we look at this, as we identify, we're going to really look for areas where we can squeeze out more revenue from your initiatives, and where we can reduce costs in this project. And that will all wrap up into what we think will be a successful financial plan driving this process. So with that, I want to turn it over to Bob, who's going to talk about the benefits, financial benefits of P3 planning.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I wish I could be there with you all in person today, but I'm happy to be here nonetheless. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
I always want to check that so I don't go off for 2 minutes and nobody hears anything. So I lead Jones Lang LaSalle's National, State, and Local Government and Higher Education Practice Group. I'm also one of JLL's leading experts on public-private partnerships, and over the past decade, I've been directly involved in over $5 billion of development utilizing some form of public-private partnership, or P3 structures. There, and kind of building on Sam, certainly as you're looking at some of the different scenarios, we would be there to help look whether or not there could be better value for money that can be delivered on some of the development that you have utilizing P3s, and be able to contrast that against your other traditional alternatives. The projects that I've worked on over the last decade have spanned a variety of asset types, including academic and research buildings, civic buildings, public safety, housing, hotels, parking, energy, as well as K through 12 schools. And so it's a tool that can be applied on just about any type of development, whether assuming that it has some merit to make sense, which it doesn't always do. There's a variety of P3 structures. However, most of them can be lumped into one of two categories. The first categories are P3s that are used to monetize excess assets owned by a public agency to develop desired ancillary uses. These can be things such as parking structures, adjacent retail, hotels, potentially housing, and other development that often is on the doorstep of the core development, in this case, the hospital, for JPS that you would like to see, but you don't want to take the risk to develop. So if there is a revenue base for it and there's demand, you can often leverage the private partner through a ground lease to build these uses for you. The other sort of bucket are P3s that are used as an alternative method to design, build, and in many cases finance, operate, and maintain core facilities. There are varieties. So there's many different structures, but they usually fall into one of those two buckets. In all P3s, the core question should be, are there elements of desired development that a private sector partner can do a better job of providing and is in a better position than the public agency to own the various risks associated with the development? If we could go to the next slide, please. As you can see from the two diagrams on this slide, the goal of any P3 is to see if you can better drive risk-adjusted savings or create new revenue opportunities in development by leveraging the capital and the expertise of the private sector. So that leverage point is what you're looking for in all P3s. Next slide, please. As illustrated on this slide, there are a wide variety of P3 structures, and the top two on here are traditional structures, and everything else would be some form of a P3. It's the role of an expert advisory firm such as JLL to have the expert knowledge on all of these structures, because each of these structures solves a different problem with a different set of structure and set of risk transfers. On the new development of core assets, P3s can provide access to integrated design, build, and facility management resource, as well as capital and the ability to transfer many typical development and operational risks. This can also often accelerate the delivery of new facilities by several years over the public entity's traditional development process, given the structures and the way you put them together, and in a rapidly rising environment of cost escalations, that can save an awful lot of money as well as time. Regarding ancillary development, you can, through various ground lease structures, utilize P3s to have the private sector take the risk and provide the capital to build supporting uses desired by the public entity, such as parking, housing, hotels, real estate, energy systems, and so on and so forth. This way, you get a desired use at little risk and can generate passive revenue while still owning the underlying land through a ground lease structure. Whatever structure considered, you should always model and compare the P3 alternative against how you would have otherwise accomplished the development on your own. Our team brings unparalleled expertise to help JPS do this analysis and find the best path forward to benefit the organization's mission. And with that, I will now turn it over to Dave DeVeda to discuss the real estate and demographic context for this development.
Thank you, Bob. Well, good afternoon, commissioners, JPS representatives, and members of the county administration. I'm David Brzezina, Vice President, JLL Commercial Real Estate, located right here in downtown Fort Worth. Now, I know all of you from my previous capacity as Head of Economic Development for the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce, and working with you and your staff, we brought in numerous economic development deals in Tarrant County, like the $1.4 billion data center project in Commissioner Fickus' district, the Smith & Nephew Medical Headquarter project in Commissioner Brooks' district, and multiple Lockheed Martin expansions in Commissioner Johnson's district, as well as dozens of other projects over the years. And we also kept the American Airlines headquarter project here in Tarrant County when our friends to the east were trying to steal it in Irving and Dallas. And I know you all remember that. Today, though, I'm here to speak on behalf of the commercial real estate team at JLL. Now, we all know JPS is a large property owner with over 102 individual parcels scattered throughout Tarrant County, with 6 major sites centralized in Fort Worth and 5 multi-parcel sites scattered throughout the rest of the county. In order to meet current and future medical service needs, the Cummins Report and the JPS Blue Ribbon Report speak to the need of 19 medical homes or community health centers needed throughout the county between now and 2037, and 4 of those needed immediately. Our real estate team would propose to revisit these reports with JPS staff and make sure the recommendations in 4 locations still hold true. We would then set about to find the precise location in the 4 identified areas by using the recommended demographic search criteria, such as federal poverty level, public transportation access, primary care physician availability and lack thereof, housing values, age, gender, population, and housing growth patterns. We would also propose to take a look at your entire real estate portfolio, the land, the buildings, the leases, and parking facilities that JPS owns, in order to evaluate opportunities to economize, capitalize, and dispose of seldom used and unnecessary assets, potentially turning idle property into revenue for JPS. And when the time comes to purchase property for our client, JLL has access to the most recent published and unpublished sales comps in the area, and we use that information to make sure that we don't overpay for any property acquisitions. And finally, when an entity needs and owns as much real estate as JPS, there are always opportunities to manage costs, explore strategic revenue scenarios, and subsequently provide better care to our patients and to our clients. And working together, JPS and JLL can achieve these mutual goals. And now I'll turn it over to Michael and Tina to talk about master planning.
Thank you, David. My name is Michael Smith. I'm a partner with E4H Architecture out of our Fort Worth office. Even though I've worked all across the country with healthcare projects, I've enjoyed the last 2 years working directly with JPS on their projects there. As well, I'm a resident of Tarrant County for over 40 years, and so really this is my home. And for us, this really is more about than just buildings. This is about transforming JPS, and this is about transforming the healthcare to Tarrant County. I'll turn this over to Tina to talk about patient experience.
Thanks, Michael. I'm Tina Larson, principal of Corrigan Architects, and I've been doing healthcare planning for over 30 years on a national level, and I'm going to be serving and leading the off-campus master planning effort for this project. And improving the patient experience, can you advance up here? One more. Improving the patient experience means helping patients understand how and where to get care. For one, we want them to get care before it becomes an emergency, and we don't want them going to the ED unless it is an emergency. So what we have to do, the built environment can actually influence behavior by making the right path easier to find. And what we're going to do is we're going to utilize proven tools such as patient experience mapping, the demographics that David spoke about, and we're going to create those easier paths on from the patient's perspective. Michael?
Thank you, Tina. So having knowledge of and experience of are two different things, and we have to do both in this case. So we'll use current and future state mapping to walk in your patient's shoes and to walk in your staff's shoes. So current state mapping is going to let us walk through and realize where we have areas that are in inefficient use and flow and function. And then that will assist us in future state mapping, so that way that we can improve those flows and we can maximize the efficiency of those spaces.
And as Michael said, we have reviewed your previous studies, and we understand as master planners, it's not just about building bigger. It has to be strategic, it has to be right-sized, and it has to be in alignment with the financial models that we're going to be running. What we want to do is we want to create a situation where the patients can get care, get the right care near where they live, so that they reduce cost to the system, they reduce volumes on campus, they reduce transportation issues because trying to get to the campus, and that will improve the patient experience. Next slide, please. Okay, and we're going to be working closely with the entire JLL team to create innovative master plan options. We're going to utilize data from national benchmarks and from best practices, but we're also going to align that with a financial model. So the options that we present are going to be options you can afford, and from that, you're going to be able to understand the financial impacts of your decisions.
Tina, you know, a good example of that is a project that we worked on in Idaho. We were brought in to assist with a hospital that had an existing master plan. We were able to reduce their existing master plan program by 100,000 square feet and reduce their overall capital expenditures for that program as well by $140 million by reducing from 6 phases down to 1 phase. The next piece here, which is a key response as well, is future flexibility and adaptability. With our vast knowledge of healthcare planning, flows, and such like that, as well as future healthcare trends, we can create a environment that is flexible and adaptable, not only for today, but also for the future. And lastly here, adaptive reuse. We see this as a tremendous value to JPS, and the reason is because you have a tremendous resource in square footage, roughly over 2 million square feet. So we'll use facility assessments to actually walk through and find out where we've got opportunities for adaptive reuse. So are there places that we can use for construction phasing? Can we relocate, let's say, departments, and can we convert hospital space to clinics? So thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, who's going to discuss process optimization.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Harrison. I'll be the IPMO Senior Program Manager, working with Stephen to manage the overall program. Dana's giving me the high sign, so I'm going to have to speed it up. I've been in the project management business for 27 years, 17 of that in healthcare. The last component of phase one is the process optimization and the program implementation plan. So at the start of phase one, we'll review existing processes and procedures for Commissioners Court, the JPS Board, planning and finance committees, and offer up recommendations to expedite and improve efficiencies of document review and approvals, consultant contractor selection, and other items related to key milestones in the overall program. These results will be incorporated into the program implementation plan that describes how our team will implement each component during the program, such as cost and schedule control, communication protocols, design approval processes, and our Hub MWBE outreach and compliance program. Pam?
What I want to kind of go over with you is some of the components of how we're going to implement our Hub MWBE program. First off, we're going to work very closely with the JPS Supplier Diversity Group, as well as with Dallas County, to make sure that we are having access to suppliers in here, the local community, as well as ones that can meet the need of what JPS is looking for when it comes to the construction side of the project. Virtual is the way we're going. As you can see, we're going to have to do a lot of virtual, which has been very positive in the MWB Hub community lately on, doing solicitation. So I think that this is a very powerful mechanism that's going to be very helpful to this program. I've actually had the pleasure to work on 4 disparity studies, the DFW Airport, as well as the City of Fort Worth, and we're finishing up the City of Arlington. And we also did the disparity study for Parkland Hospital, the Dallas County jointly. And those are very good ways to kind of see where some of your gaps are and help in building capacity. And as you can see, we have listed quite a few of the areas that we want to focus on, as well as some key components as the Mentor Protege program that we will, encourage. Specifically, when we go into the construction side, we want to really encourage that. And then we also want to look at doing an assessment of all of the MWBEs and hubs that are involved in this project. And then we can develop a program working with Tarrant County College to see how we can put together some kind of courses. Because once these buildings are built, a lot of the work that will need to happen, we want to make sure that these people not only build, but they can also maintain and help in keeping up the buildings. So this is just some of the stuff that we are looking at in order to build capacity for our community, and as well as work with the community for jobs and do things like that in communicating with on the public relations side. With that, I'm going to turn it back over. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So at the conclusion of phase one, we'll provide the final report that includes the strategic plan, the program baselines with the best anticipated and worst case scenarios, the JPS program of requirements, and the program implementation plan. Stephen mentioned the implementation plan. Phase two is the implementation of the phase one plan. It's anticipated to last about 12 years. In this section, we wanted to highlight our standard management process, our customization of the process to maximize value, estimating, budgeting, schedule, cost control, and risk mitigation. So I'm going to quickly go through, next slide. Quickly go through this one. So this is our standard management process. It starts at initiation and goes into planning, design, construction, and closeout. The red bar in the middle represents JPS involvement during that life cycle of a project. So as you can see, at the beginning of design and near the end, it's very high. So we'll need all of their attention during those timeframes. Go ahead.
And I'd just like to, for the record, just say that we want to be as involved through that process probably as JPS.
Yes, sir. Most of that involves sitting with the design team and working through space planning and that kind of thing. So building on our management process, we think there's optimization that is available. Some of these ideas include pre-approval of vendors, suppliers, alternate delivery methods, modular design, prefabrication, and lean delivery principles. After reviewing the projects in the program, we think the medical homes are a good candidate for design, build, delivery. We'd like to group them all together in a package, get that out on the street, use the Northeast Medical Home as the prototype, and build that all as one project. Other delivery methods, construction manager at risk with some design assist by subcontractors. We think that's appropriate on the behavioral tower, patient care center, and the inpatient tower, and possibly P3 on the garages and the central plant. And I think this is very important. The goal of these delivery methods is to shorten the project schedules individually, and in turn will shorten the overall program and save money. But we realize these projects don't exist in a vacuum, and so each project is going to impact JPS's operations. And so it's critical that we continue to perform the financial models, check those analysis, and make sure they're going to make sure we're building the right building at the right time. Okay, and then lean.
COVID, before and after.
That was a picture of big room. That was pre-COVID, and on the right is a current project. Approximately half the members in that picture are off and working remotely. Thank you.
We're a little bit behind because of our mess up. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Troy Taylor with Taylor Construction Management. We're a woman and minority-owned project management consulting firm with offices in Fort Worth since 2017. We're also teamed with Apex Cost Consultants, who are Fort Worth based and joining us on this project. I'll tell you a little bit about what we do. For this program, we're strictly focused on cost and schedule. To date, over the last 20 years, we've built more than $2 billion in health and life science projects and another $6 billion in other industries. Here's what you get from our team. As it relates to schedule, you won't see a schedule that hasn't already been vetted. The schedules that you get from us, and there are many different tools for schedules, critical path, milestone, 2-week look-aheads, master schedules. We have experience working on multi-billion-dollar bonds, building those master schedules, managing those master schedules, and making sure that when we submit those to you, they've been reviewed by key stakeholders within JPS, key stakeholders within the construction and design industry, also equipment manufacturers to make sure lead times are accurate, permitting officials to make sure we can get permits on time. So all that happens before you ever see a schedule from our team. As it relates to budget, the same thing. I know one of the things I've heard very clearly from you guys is don't show us something that we can't afford. And we believe in that wholeheartedly. So every progression in the design process, we do independent budgets. Then we get one from our construction manager, from our design team. We use the same templates, and we go line by line before you ever see a budget to make sure that we vetted each component of the project to make sure it's affordable. By the time you see those budgets from us, there's a uniform consensus amongst the team that they are vetted and that they're true and right. Here's a recent example. Right now, we're working with a $1.9 billion bond in Houston for Houston Independent School District. We were brought on in 2013. They already completed facility assessments that told them that the buildings were recession numbers, I would call them, at roughly $160 a square foot, and specialty schools would be roughly $190 a square foot. What we found was that Texas responded a lot faster than most other states, and that there was a premium on shortage of labor, shortage of material, and multi-billion-dollar programs happening all over the state, so you're competing for the same resources. What we were able to do for them was right-size that to do a scope to budget right away, change those dollar per square foot from 160 to 190 for standard schools, from 190 to 215 on specialized schools, and we also completed more than 35 community meetings where we went to those stakeholders that voted for that bond referendum, explained to them what the market was doing, showing them how we were transparent and being good stewards of that budget. That project turned around and received positive reviews and continuing to still see those positive reviews. In short, we are committed to being on site day one. So the first 9 months we're on site every day, solely looking at cost and schedule. We have resources with relationships with utilities, with general contractors to make sure that they know about JPS and that they're committed to giving us good pricing at the right time. I'll take any questions at that time and I'll turn it over to Dana.
Hi, my name's Dana Pitzelberger. I've been a registered nurse for 30 years, worked in hospital settings, home health, and outpatient services, in design and construction my entire career. My job is to bring lessons learned, I have a lot of them, and also share the great innovations that JLL has in place from over nearly 200 hospital systems that we work for currently, and share the best practices, share the lessons learned, so we can future-proof this building, this program for the next 50 years, if at all possible. Our job is to flex the spaces, flex the design, so they respond to the ever-changing needs of reimbursement and the ever-changing needs of care delivery. And we also have a goal to drive down the cost of operations no matter what. We can do that with efficient buildings and efficient plannings and strategies. And lastly, it's to take care of the patient. Optimize patient outcomes is the ultimate goal. Also, I would like to thank all of you for having us today. We've got team building exercise program in your boxes and fundraising, but we feel it's critical to help us decide or create very structured teams and bridge the information from the Commissioner's Court over to JPS, providing you buildings of the future. Thank you so much.
All right, and I'm going to give a quick wrap up. I'm Todd Burnett. I'm the Managing Director of the JLL office in Tarrant County. I want to leave you with three things as you evaluate what you do as you move forward. One, other than JLL, there's no other provider that's presenting to you today that has the real estate background that we have to help you right-size your facilities at the right time and the right location. Number two, we have a really deep local and national bench that's not compared to anybody else. And three, we office in the Wells Fargo Tower behind the building here, and we have since 2002, when Roger Staubach hired me to open the office here in Fort Worth. We want your business and are ready to start immediately. Thank you.
Okay,
That's our presentation. We're ready for any questions you might have.
Mr. Brooks? This is a question that I am asking each one of the teams. First, thank you for listening. That the way to approach this project was through teaming. You've got a very diverse team with a diverse set of skills and a diverse set of backgrounds. What I need to know is what are you going to do internally to make sure that all of this meshes that such that the team actually works as a team?
Sure. So one of the things we talked about earlier today is the communication plan. I think that is going to be key to making sure that we are successful. Without us understanding what your goals are, what JPS's goals are, this team isn't going to be able to function. And so one of the first things that we're going to do out of the gate, which Mark talked a little bit about with process optimization, is making sure that we know what that hierarchy is. We'll need to create some type of executive team so that if there is conflict that comes up, that we have someone that we can go to that will make the final decisions. But it's all about how we structure things. And that communication plan is the front piece of making sure that that happens. Because from there, This team that we've brought to you today, in our RFP when we responded, there's a matrix that we put in there that talks about the years of experience that we've worked together. And everyone on this team has worked together in some capacity before. So we know that we can be successful as a team to deliver your program. It's just making sure that we have the structure so that we are complying with the needs that you have.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the COVID pandemic is obviously in the process of bringing a lot of different dynamics that we haven't seen before to the, to the construction world, to the working world, to healthcare. How do you see, and I'm gonna give you just a couple things, you being in the real, as you said, real estate, the work at home, not coming into the office, has always been around, or been around for a long time. But I think now we're seeing more, and we will continue to see more, and demand for somebody who used to need 100,000 feet to house X number now need less space, because they're not going to have that many people on site. They'll have people at home. So how does that affect things, along with telemedicine? And because the doctors all seem at some point to not think telemedicine was the way to do it, and now it's, that's all everybody wants to talk about.
Right.
And I think that's what's been.
Very good questions. It's we have a humongous research arm in JLL. Me being a clinician, I stay ahead of the game, looking at reimbursement, looking at changes in healthcare delivery. We just completed 3 pandemic studies in the last 6 months to understand what best practices are and how healthcare systems across the globe, since we have offices in China and London, whatever, we see things thrown over the fence and how they're handling things. We have.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I need to interrupt. Could you please go to that mic
sorry.
To your right,
Sorry.
and I can hear you a lot better. Okay,
so
thank
sorry.
you. Sure
Anyway,
thing.
with our nearly 200 hospital systems that we work with, we benchmark constantly. What's the neighbor doing? What are other safety net hospitals doing? And we just finished, literally, we're working with UMC on the next care delivery for mobile medical vans and to provide vaccines. They're on to the next step. They do drive through the testing like everyone else is. But what do the buildings look like? We just completed that study too. We monitored 16 hospitals, and we've written white papers on it. We look at trends like population health and value-based care, because we can't forget that's coming as well. But how do we react to pandemics? So we have our pulse on that. Our research arm is constantly looking. I'm constantly tapping into that and looking at the case studies that are feeding the changes of the future.
I mean, who would have thought the best way to test people was you just get in your car and drive down here.
That's right. That's right.
Let them stick something up your nose while you're sitting at the driver's behind the steering wheel.
Who knew? And how are we going to deliver vaccines is the next issue, and that's what we're working on with UMC.
As you've looked through the process, I know y'all looked at it, there's been involvement from the Blue Ribbon Committee. Is there something in that whole process that you're looking at and saying, this is something that we're not sure they've thought about and we're concerned about it?
I'd like to bring up behavioral health and have Kristen talk about that for just a moment.
Well, as you do that, then I'm going to ask you, because the other question I have is about behavioral health.
Okay.
And since we went through the Blue Ribbon study, one of the things that we've become very focused on is a diversion center. And that was not a part of anything that we talked about as we went through that. And so what assistance or what help would be included in trying to maybe take our whole, behavioral health and do an overall overreaching study? And you may want to come back to the microphone again.
Okay, well, Kristen's online.
Sure. Hi, this is Kristen Anderson. I'm a partner with Halsa, and that's a really good question. I think Stephen just kind of jumped on me because I've been pushing back on the size of the behavioral health facility. And it's really coming from a couple of different perspectives. One is I have no doubt that there is significant demand for inpatient behavioral health services in Tarrant County. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. There's a shortage of inpatient psychiatry beds available in most markets. The question I have is the 298, is that the right number for JPS to build? Because just because there's demand doesn't mean that it's financially sustainable for us to take on that much. And the second question that I have is really related to the question you had about the right model for behavioral health, which is, is there a different investment that we can make if we took what we were going to spend on a $298 million or 298 bed behavioral health facility? Is there a more efficient way to use that so that we're keeping patients out of the hospital, so that we're serving patients in the community, so that we're providing? And it's different from kind of the medical home type of piece. There's something in between that's really kind of day hospital. How do you manage people who are really very disordered? How do you link with social services and get them into secure housing? Because, imagine being inclined to paranoia and then being unsheltered every night. It's really hard to manage your severe mental illness if your safety net, social safety net, is broken too. So I think that that's a really important piece that we need to dive into to make sure that you're making the right investments there. And I think you're spot on and asking the right questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen?
Thank you, Judge. I had a question related to an example that was provided about a project I believe that you all did in Idaho. What were those figures that you shared? Could you repeat those?
Was that Kristen? Kristen, could you answer that, please?
No, that was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, so
A
that
project
was,
in Idaho?
yes, it
No,
was.
that's Michael.
With Michael, sorry, with E4H Architecture. Yes, the project was in Idaho. More or less what happened on that program is they had another architect master plan that and program it. They couldn't afford it overall, and it was span out over 10 years. So it was a client of ours that actually got into a public-private partnership with them to help them invest in that hospital. So we came in and looked at that hospital from there, and we were able to take 100,000 square foot off of their initial program. The program was also stretched out over 10 years, and so we were able to reduce the phasing down from there and help them deliver it more, which saved them about $140 million and took a $10 million or a 10-year project down to a 2-year project.
Okay, very good. And then also, I think around that same time, there was reference to the amount of space that's available at JPS, and I heard a $2 million square foot figure. Is that of total space, or what's the breakdown of that?
That's total space. As I recall offhand, I think the JPS main campus is just over 1 million square feet. And so the idea there is that you've got a great opportunity. So if you're going to build, new campuses or new buildings, I don't know that we necessarily have to build all that new if we've already got a resource that's actually there. So why don't we try to find a way, if we can, to reuse some of that space? We can reuse it during construction phasing. We can relocate departments. We can even convert some of these spaces from hospital back to clinics to keep us from building new buildings.
Right, and care delivery, Mr. Fickus, Commissioner Fickus, you mentioned telehealth.
If you can go to the mic.
Sorry. You mentioned telehealth. Telehealth will be a perfect candidate for offloading, like the bed tower. Once they move out, you can actually repurpose buildings like that, or you can offload into a more economical space in medical office buildings or office buildings to deliver services like that. So we'll take that all into account when we look at spaces and sites.
Very good. Throughout the presentation, I have heard, and I certainly appreciate the emphasis on Fort Worth, given it's the largest city in our county and also our county seat. But I would like to know of the partners' experience in working in Arlington. I did hear a reference to the city of Arlington with their disparity studies, but Grand Prairie, Mansfield, some of the other communities outside of Fort Worth, but within Tarrant County.
Robin, you might want to address it. I know that JLL Real Estate would have experience throughout the county. And I had mentioned earlier that I'd worked at Baylor Grapevine
Very good.
and also at Ucla Hospital down in South, I guess that is Fort Worth. But.
Okay.
So in my experience, I've been in healthcare for over 30 years, pardon me. I've worked on a behavioral health facility in Mansfield. I've worked on Arlington Memorial Hospital, numerous Texas Health hospitals in Fort Worth, Southwest, main campus, Alliance. Then in 27 facilities. I used to be with Texas Health, and we maintained and built. When I left, we were at $1.023 billion in construction over a 2-year period, and all through the different mid-cities and metro cities.
Very good, thank you. My last question is regarding community input, and I may need some clarification here. It sounds like there is a combination between the hub and diversity focus and also with public relations. Is that correct? That's combined?
Yes, and I can have Pam speak to that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, we'll be doing both, working with the hub, MWB, and the public relations, working with the communities. One of my team members, she is a Fort Worth native, and she is going to be working with all of the different communities and break it up based upon how the precincts are based out. And we're going to be doing, just a lot of town hall meetings and things like that. But as far as us getting involved with responding to any type of media, that all of that will be coordinated and worked through Tarrant County and JPS Hospital and things like that. But we will be right there in the communities talking up this program to see if there's some things that we can help them understand. And also, importantly, we want to make sure that people are getting employment, because these construction projects, one of the big things right now in the construction industry is labor. And so we want to try to go out there and see how we can also work on getting people involved. And you talked about some of the other surrounding areas like Arlington, Mansfield. The growth in that area is just unbelievable. See a lot of great contractors and coming out of those communities, and really want to leverage that. Because that's just a very, very popular area for a lot of companies to actually move into, and we want to be able to go into those communities as well. So we're really just going to try to look at the whole landscape and see how we can make sure we include everybody.
Sure. Well, and to that end, I'm particularly concerned about those in our county who do not have digital access, who we still want to make sure we're engaging in the process. Maybe not necessarily contractors or folks, but maybe individual folks who are seeking employment through the project, or even residents who are ultimately the end users and whose support we had to have in order to make this bond pass. Can you speak some to your communications plan for those who don't have digital access, and then also for those who English is not their first language?
Yes, we will definitely be hitting the pavement, just having to go back to old school and go into some of these communities and just sit down. I mean, that's where you learn the most, is when you're actually at face to face talking to people, and that's what I love, is just really sitting down and talking to people. And that's what we will incorporate into our process, because we do understand that there are a lot of people and a lot of seniors, they don't have it, they have the stuff there, they have no idea what to do with this stuff. And so we want to be right there and be available to them, so that we can speak with them and talk with them on how we can help them where they see barriers, and bring them back to our team as well as to the JPS and the county to see how we can help, because that's just how we're going to be able to get people to work in those areas. I know right now Fort Worth has a Section 3 project that is going on, and that's what you're having to do is get right there in the community and work with them. And I want to really partner with them as well, because they've already tapped into a really good resource. So we want to kind of understand how we can do that in the various precincts throughout Arlington, Grand Prairie, because all of them have these areas that we want to be able to focus on.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If you need any more response on what we've done in the Metroplex or in the Tarrant County, we can talk a little bit more about real estate, and I'll hand that over to Bob.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So just as a follow-up, we handle the real estate operations for Cook Children's, THR, Grand Prairie ISD, and all those areas that are outside of Fort Worth city limits, but within Tarrant County. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's it for me.
Thank you all very much for your presentation, for the time you spent on that. Thanks for the cookies.
Your Honor, we ask that you place the court in recess until 2 o'clock. I'm sorry, 2:30.
About
2:30.
2:30, well, 2:32's already passed, so I don't think 2's gonna work.
No, if you do place this.
2:30.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ourselves with COVID and are becoming experts at Zoom and GoToMeetings, that if you're not speaking, if you will simply mute yourself, that way you don't get the feedback. And second of all, when you begin to speak, you need to make sure that you unmute yourself. So you'll hear people say *6 because that's the code that you need to unmute yourself. So, right. Okay. Your Honor, are we ready to begin?
Sure.
Okay. So, just a few comments before we get started. This is a public meeting. Anyone can come to the courtroom that wishes to be here. So, we need to find out, first of all, is there anyone in the courtroom that is not associated with the following? Members of the Commissioner's Court and their staff, county administration and county staff, JPS, and Jacobs Foster. Is there any group or individual that is not a member of any one of those groups? The reason, though, they can be in this courtroom, we want to know they are not simply so that there's no unfair advantage of one presenter or one group hearing the other group's presentations. And with that, second of all, it is somewhat difficult to hear. Commissioner Allen is remote, so we ask that whenever you do speak, you need to speak directly into the microphones. Okay? And with that, you all will have 45 minutes to make your presentation. There will be 15 minutes worth of Q&A afterwards.
Somebody needs to mute.
And so that's what we're looking at this time. So whenever you're ready for your presentation, we're ready to start.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Use your outside voice for
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mic check. Mic check. All right. Good afternoon. We're definitely glad to see y'all. Save the best for last, and we're thrilled with the opportunity to present in front of you guys today on why we feel that Jacobs Foster Team is the best choice to deliver the JPS bond program. Everything starts with patient care. In this ever-changing healthcare market, we understand exactly what this bond program means to Tarrant County. We've listened, JPS. We understand the JPS promise to first-class treatment for all patients, that new facilities and neighborhood clinics are needed to meet the growing demand, as well as mental health is a priority and definitely best addressed proactively. And we definitely understand JPS's commitment to the community as this COVID-19 pandemic evolves. First, I'd like to say thank you, JPS, for your role and response in being on the front lines. During our presentation, we're going to demonstrate how we plan on delivering a tax-neutral program delivered 4 years earlier with $400 million in reinvestment opportunities while striving for a 40+% HUB participation goal benefiting the entire county. But before we get into that, I want to take a moment and pause on this slide because the slide is important to us. It's important to the 600 employees and their families that currently reside here in Tarrant County paying taxes, and simply just because any program manager can take from this county, but which ones are willing to invest here? That's why I'm extremely proud to say when it comes to the Jacobs Foster team's values, they 100% align when it comes to investing in the community. We're already doing it right here in Tarrant County. It's our culture. It is this team's differentiator. And now, why Jacobs Foster? I'm Robbie Thompson, Vice President of Foster CM Group, and as a qualified 28-year experienced African-American-owned firm, it was extremely important for an opportunity for us to be in a prime role. It grows our capacity, puts us in the driver's seat, as well as truly meets the spirit and intent of the MBE program. But Foster was looking for the right teaming partner, and in the end, it was quite clear to choose Jacobs. Here's why. Jacobs has an unsurpassed healthcare resume, expanding from coast to coast and beyond. Within the past 15 years, they've acquired over 100 top-tier healthcare clients, putting over $1 billion of healthcare savings in their clients, taking that back for them for their pockets. Secondly, Jacobs is local. They have an astonishing 81-year presence right here in downtown Fort Worth. It doesn't get any more local than that. Lastly, Jacobs and Foster have successfully worked with each other on other Texas healthcare programs throughout the state, starting with Parkland Hospital here in the DFW Metro, moving on to University Health Systems in San Antonio's Bexar County. Collectively, we have successfully completed over 10 programs and projects together. Simply, this is a partnership with a history of successfully working with each other. We're not trying to figure out how to work with each other on the taxpayer's dime. JPS and the county get the benefits of a local, world-class healthcare leader and the proven Jacobs Foster track record. I've personally been working hand in hand with Kyle Martin with Jacobs for the last 3 years, and next I'll hand it off to him.
Thank you, Robbie. I'm equally as excited to stand here today as your partner and as a friend. And thank you, Commissioners Court, for having us here today. It's an honor to be here. I'm Kyle Martin, Program Manager for Jacobs Foster. And when the bond was overwhelmingly passed 2 years ago, Jacobs knew the value that a joint venture would bring for all the same reasons that Robbie just outlined. And we knew that Foster was the only partner that we would want to work with. Foster is a firm that has delivered over $5 billion worth of work across Tarrant County over the last 15 years. As Robbie said, a 28-year experience as a firm doing project management, and collectively we have delivered $1 billion worth of healthcare work across the state of Texas. It is a firm that Jacobs has a history with and a firm that I have a personal relationship with. Commissioners, we have listened to your needs and have carefully assembled a team that is an absolute perfect fit for the scope of work required to deliver this capital improvement program. Everything from behavioral health expertise through financial and business plan modeling, all the way through construction quality oversight. We are proud of this team, not just from an expertise standpoint, but from their local history and our experience of all of us working together a team in various capacities. And while there are only 6 of us here in the room today, every firm is committed via phone. You heard the roll call, it was extensive. We kept our team here lean, recognizing, public health is the best interest for everyone. We wanted to keep and recognize that and respect that, and we brought a small team with us here today. But everyone is on the phone participating. On your placemats, there's additional detail in terms of how we're organized as a team, some additional information about the people that aren't in this room here today, and the roles that we specifically provide. Together, we have 200 years of dedicated Tarrant County offices. We have over 660 employees and plus their family members that pay for this, that will pay for the bond under this capital improvement program. But more importantly, they will be the beneficiaries of these services at JPS upon completion. Our interests could not be more aligned. We are Tarrant County. So the Jacobs Foster value is centered around how we will address 4 specific challenges as we see them today. First is an operational and capital need that likely will exceed a $1.2 billion plan, but we will develop a sustainable plan that will accommodate all capital and operational needs and remain tax neutral. The second challenge that we see is multiple stakeholders with competing priorities. We have the ability to unite and build consensus and provide governance through our established means and methods. Third is the need for a flexible and innovative path forward. Judge Whitley, we have heard you often reference the need for a cloudy crystal ball. Our best practices and our experience will bring the flexibility that we need, just as we've seen over the past 6 months with the COVID pandemic. We feel like we're going to be much better than a good fortune teller. And finally, we recognize unutilized economic growth across Tarrant County at the local and the minority level. And our continuous outreach program will transform and maximize participation at all levels. Our agenda today is going to cover 3 primary topics: planning, implementation, and outreach. And we welcome any questions as we go along. Jacobs Foster and our partners are a team of optimists, and we bring this optimism into your program. Every team member did a deep dive in all the work that was committed to date, particularly the Blue Ribbon Committee report. And these fresh eyes that we took a look at identified 40 opportunities that will maximize the impact that this program will have across Tarrant County. Other firms might be able to deliver, but what we feel that we do is we will maximize the opportunities through this look and through all these opportunities that we've identified throughout in our proposal. And today specifically, we picked out several that we're going to touch on throughout our presentation that we feel will resonate with you as our county commissioners as we go through our discussion. There's a great analogy when it comes to planning as we get into that section, that you cannot simultaneously build a plane and try to fly it. And this fits perfectly to our capital improvement program. We must carefully plan and build this plane before we take flight. It's the only safe and healthy way to go about it and complete your mission. I now welcome Captain Trice to come up here and walk us through how we will go about this in our approach from planning. Thank you,
Peter. You do surprise. I feel like I should admonish you to stay in your seats and keep your seatbelt fastened. There's turbulence ahead. I guess you might construe what I'm about to tell you as turbulence. I think before we begin with the implementation phase, we have significant challenges to face head on in the planning phase. As Kyle suggested, likely in today's dollar, your capital budget for the existing plan as conceived is $1.4 to $1.5 billion. And that's likely more than you can afford. And as was shown in the 2015 financial analysis that was done for JPS at that time, without significant operational improvements and the expansion of Medicaid, a tax neutral plan for an $800 million bond is likely not sustainable. And the third thing I've heard you talk about in this court is the current plans have significant unresolved, infrastructure issues relative to the main campus and functional deficiencies. And then lastly, the reason we're all sitting here wearing masks is COVID has impacted us all. But more importantly, it's impacted the patients that look to JPS for their care the most. I'm one who believes that this pandemic is not the last, and anything and everything we do from an operational perspective to a facility perspective needs to address how this system reacts to pandemic in the future. I guess I'll stop there with the bad news and start talking about good news. As Kyle suggested, we don't just lay problems at your feet. We are a team of optimists. So we're going to share with you today just a sampling of the things that we can bring to you to resolve each and all those challenges. I'm going to let Andy Keller start. He's the handsome man in the glasses and the beard back here. He's the president of the Meadows Institute, and he's going to share with you some opportunities that we see in the behavioral health program, which is probably one of the most important programs that JPS brings to Tarrant County. Andy?
Well, thanks, Peter. Well, I guess if you're the pilot of the plane, does that make me the ship's counselor? I guess I'm in that role. I think actually we're in the role of co-pilot. I think that's one of the things I find most exciting about this project is we're all co-pilots. I mean, this is truly a team that's been working together for over a year now in this planning process and was very excited about the opportunities to help improve. And behavioral health isn't just an add-on or something we put on. I mean, Robbie, at the very beginning, at the outset of this presentation today, noted that behavioral health is a central priority, and that's because behavioral health opportunities can be leveraged across the entire system. There's 5 of the opportunities that I'm going to focus on over the next several minutes. And I should also note that I'm joined here on the phone with Dr. Seema Shah, who's my colleague and our pediatric medical lead. And keep in mind that I'm just a clinical psychologist, and she's actually one of our real doctors on the behavioral health team. So I'm glad she's here in case you throw any medical questions at me. You know, if we dig into things, one thing that we have to realize about behavioral health is that behavioral health systems are essentially reactive today. And that's not just here in Tarrant County. It's in every county across Texas and in every state across the United States. We wait until the time of crisis. And too often, the person who gets their mental health care in a crisis gets the very first mental health care from a member of law enforcement. And if they're lucky, they end up getting taken to an emergency room or a hospital, and too often they end up in jail. And that's the folks who actually get care. We have many people across this county and across our state and nation who are meeting tragic outcomes because of this reactive system. Almost 200 Tarrant County residents lost to suicide in 2018, almost 300 lost to substance-related deaths. And not only are these personal tragedies in the lives of individuals, they're also tragedies in the chronic illnesses that are driven. We know that a reactive system is a direct driver of health disparities, over-incarceration, overuse of police, chronic illnesses like diabetes and hypertension that have put communities of color in Tarrant County at higher risk, not just in Tarrant County, but across our state, to diseases like COVID and other inequitable health conditions. But there's a better way to do that. And there's millions of dollars in unnecessary costs that can be saved if we follow that better path. And fortunately, JPS is well positioned to lead that because the system really needs to integrate behavioral health, not just in a hospital, but across the entire ambulatory system, an entire system of care in order to leverage the opportunities that are available to us. What we're proposing is to work with the JPS team and the community to look at all of the resources in the community and to build an integrated primary care front end that leverages the current expertise of JPS, because JPS is a nation-leading health system when it comes to identifying and detecting mental health and substance use disorder needs early. The problem is, like most systems, even though JPS is able to detect, they're not able to deliver the care in primary care. And telehealth and other new technologies offer us that opportunity. And if we can build and re-engineer those workflows over the next several years, there's the potential, based on best practices delivered in other parts of Texas and the United States, to reduce suicide-related deaths by 1/3, opioid and alcohol-related deaths by over half, and save the system as a whole millions of dollars in healthcare costs and potentially hundreds of millions of dollars in system-wide costs when we look at the justice system, law enforcement, our courts, our schools, our homelessness programs. All of that needs to be looked at in tandem. And not only can we look at the ambulatory system, we also need to look at the inpatient system, because simply going out and building 300 beds, while we understand why that was in the Blue Ribbon Committee's report, we believe that that really needs to be broken down into steps. One step that's actually going to happen this week, I'm going to be on site tomorrow and Wednesday with an MMHPI team working with Celia Bao and her team to look at current ligature risks and develop a plan in the current facility to address and resolve all of the immediate jeopardies so that those structural risks are not going to be causing undue risk of death by suicide in the current physical facilities. That's something that couldn't wait and had to be done before this project was able to launch. But once the project does launch, we're going to be able to break things down and look probably at the most important opportunity, which is to take the psychiatric emergency service off the top floor of the current facility, which is not only dangerous, but inaccessible and has a lot of inefficiencies, get that to a better location, get that expanded to be a broader crisis center, and then take a hard look at the inpatient build, because it costs over $1 million to build a single inpatient psychiatric bed and over $250,000 a year to operate them over time. Taking on 300 beds is not something that should be done without a harder look at state partnerships. We believe that a 150-bed facility could meet the needs of Tarrant County residents in the right system. We believe that another 150 beds could be useful, but only if JPS is going to take a regional lead. Right now it is serving multiple counties beyond JPS with these types of psychiatric services. And if that's going to continue in a bigger footprint, it's essential that the state be a partner in that, both on the construction and on the operational side. And nobody knows state hospital financing and operations better than our team at the Institute, which has worked hand in hand with the legislature and the executive branch over the last several years on the plan that's currently in process. So there's a lot to be done in behavioral health, but Peter's going to explain how these same sorts of leveraging and staging opportunities can be taken across the system as a whole. Peter?
As Andy suggested, I think there's a number of different opportunities when we look at the capital planning to address how we manage the capital budget. Let me share with you but four. The first, as Andy suggested, phasing is an appropriate strategy for a number of different reasons. As Andy suggested, we can phase the behavioral health relative to our ability to get external funding from the state for some of the patients that we're choosing to serve. We also should look at it for the new patient tower. Together, those two programs are $900 million our overall budget. If we phase those programs, we can save between $250 and $280 million. But more importantly, when we phase that, we tailor the expansion of the clinical enterprise to the natural growth of the need in our community. It also allows us to phase it relative to our ability to fund the debt service. The other thing we need to look at is we need to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And we need to look at when we invest in facilities, we need to do it for the long term and for operational efficiency. Let me give you an example. In the current construct of the plan, there's a plan $111 million to be spent on renovating the old hospital, essentially the west part of the campus. Some of those buildings are 80 years old, and most of those buildings are functionally obsolete. In addition, as has been recognized in this court, the mechanical systems feeding that building are offering poor air quality, and they're costing the taxpayers $700,000 every year in excess utility costs. Lastly, when we complete those renovations, we're only going to occupy 50% of that space. And some of the departments that are left behind in that old building are intended to serve patients that will be in the pavilion or the new patient tower. Significantly inefficient. I would suggest that we could build those programs anew at a comparable cost. And in doing so, we provide better value to Tarrant County taxpayers. We have better quality space, we have more efficient space, and we save millions of dollars in annual operating expenses. The third component I'd like to do is look at how we look to external financing. I think Commissioner Fickus, you suggested at the very beginning when the bond was passed that we need to look to external funding to solve some of our needs. I do think there's some opportunities here. Let me share with you a couple. The Patient Care Center, as it's currently envisioned, is about $60 million. I think there's not only a financial strategy, but also a clinical integration strategy to use P3 for the development of that part of the program. The other thing I think we should look at is leveraging P3 for the parking garage, which is about $80 million of our budget. But the other thing, I think we need to look at that campus as really an economic hub in Fort Worth, and the land that we own is an asset, especially along the periphery like Allen Avenue. And like we did for the University of New Mexico, I think there's an opportunity to carefully plan the buildings and the development of the campus so that we could use that land, if we choose so, for an economic engine and monetize that land if we want to do that in the future. Now, the other thing we need to look at is think about how JPS serves the whole of the county, the other cities and the residents outside central Fort Worth. Let's talk about the ambulatory network, because there's strategic, operational, and facility options there as well. If there's any silver lining in COVID-19, it's really been the rapid adoption of telemedicine and the financing thereof. And one of the things I think we really need to do is leverage that blessing. We can and should use telemedicine to really create some of the capacity that we need in our ambulatory network, but really increase our ability to engage with our patients. Many of our clients has used telemedicine to have a structured risk assessment program, a very engaged patient engagement process through telemedicine to really drive down the need for inpatient admissions and therefore driving down the need for additional inpatient beds. I would suggest we do that on a robust basis so that we manage the expensive need for building beds. The other part of the network I need to look at is how we operationally operate this ambulatory network. Now, as GK, I think he stepped out of the room, suggested with you in your last joint meeting last fall, each and every one of those 4 new community health centers that are planned, when you open them, will actually have a negative financial impact to the healthcare system because of the way you're currently operating those clinics. I would suggest an operational change. 8 of your existing community health centers right now fall within areas where they could be designated as an FQHC. And what that would do would increase the reimbursement for your patients that are Medicare and Medicaid eligible. That changes the economics and it changes the financial sustainability of the healthcare system. These are but a few options that we want to bring to you as we work with you in the planning process. But the important thing is we need to manage that through consensus. We can share with you our options, but we need to understand how we employ those and how we choose to do that. And that really requires a very strict and efficient governance structure. We would suggest just a two-phase governance structure. First, we would suggest us working interactively with a steering committee that is jointly seated by 4 major stakeholder groups. We would want representation from the Commissioners Court, representation from the JPS Board, from the Acclaim Medical Group, and representation from JPS leadership and staff. We want to work interactively with them and get input, guidance, and direction as we explore these opportunities and test them from a capital perspective as well as an operational perspective. And it would be that group that would come to this court along with us to share with a jointly seated JPS Board and Commissioners Court. I think Commissioner Allen really reiterated and stressed the last time and the only time you had that meeting, that is going to be very important for us to be efficient in the process. If we want to move quickly from planning to implementation, it's clear that we streamline and engage with multiple different stakeholders groups and talk transparently with fact-based data to understand what our challenges are and how we can solve them. And lastly, with process, because of time, I'm not going to go through the whole detail of the process, but we do believe, and we have recently managed a similar process with Maricopa County, that within 9 months, we can address these challenges and move through the process. We have, as has been identified in our proposal, a very defined stakeholder engagement process, both on the individual basis as well as within groups such as the steering committee, and we plan to work interactively with you throughout that 9-month process. Let me end by just sharing with you some of the issues with one of the most important steps, which is the scenario development. Because it's in that phase where we fully elaborate upon these options that I shared with you, and we're going to test them. We're going to test them relative to what's the impact going to be to the quality of care in Tarrant County, relative to the capital budget, and relative to the financial sustainability of the healthcare system. And we're going to stress test those with a prospective financial statement, where we'll do forward-looking prospective financial statements to test that indeed we can do this and do this in a tax-neutral environment. Now, Courtney Young, who happened to get, where did Courtney go? Did she fall over? She moved on me. She's in the back row right there. She's with DHG Group. She recently went through a very similar process with Metro Health in Cleveland with their $1 billion bond program. She'll be here to answer any questions that you have on the financial assessment component of our plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And as Peter just outlined, it's important to have the governance and kind of the buy-in across all stakeholders, but we also must need it internally as well, because our team must understand that financial baseline that ties everything together. And Commissioner Brooks, we know that you brought up the fact that this is a program that must be viewed holistically, not as individual projects. We must understand how they're all connected from a capital standpoint, operational standpoint, and as much as we'd like to just jump in and start projects tomorrow, we know that we first must really understand how they interact and how they impact each other, because it's really a holistic program. A specific example might be a behavioral health policy change that happens 5 years from now. Meadows' involvement throughout will allow us to quickly look at that policy change and see what the impact is, quickly analyze it and adapt and move and make the adjustments in the remaining program that's still left at that standpoint in time. This is really what we mean by integration. Sorry, I didn't advance the slide. And this is what we mean by a holistic approach in terms of how we all tie together and look at it from a holistic standpoint. And as we wrap up planning and get into implementation, our team is excited to put the proverbial shovel in the ground, next year. But we know that our excitement doesn't anywhere come close to the anticipation that you guys are feeling, that you all are feeling at your precinct level to get going and get started. But recognizing that, we understand we see some challenges that we need to address as well, such as the need to control costs, schedule, scope, and budget, the need to create full transparency across all stakeholders. Everybody sitting here in this room today and virtually, Commissioner Allen, will be in the spotlight across the county, just due to where the public nature and interest in this program. So we will create transparency at the horizontal level and the vertical level. We're going to expedite where we can, and we're going to make sure that we maintain patient satisfaction and ongoing operations at JPS. I think that's the most important thing we can do, is just not have any impact at the JPS campus while we move forward. So I'm going to invite our second Phone a Friend Lifeline. Andy was our first, and have Aaron Sarfati join us remotely to walk us through controls and communication. Aaron?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Aaron Sarfati, and I'm the controls manager for the JPS program. I'm excited to discuss two topics that I am deeply passionate about, which are controls and reporting. You know, the implementation phase is a tight coordination of many elements, including project management, design, field support, and community outreach. And the piece that ties it all together is program controls, which is an area that our team really excels in. I can't emphasize this enough. A complex program like this one requires robust controls, and we are the partner to do that. Looking at that chart in a different way, we see all of the major components of a complex bond program and the centrality of the control system to integrating those components. As part of our Sprint Start best practice, we will implement our industry-leading program controls platform, which unifies all of these components with particular attention to cost and schedule management. The control system also sets the baseline for our online communications platform. Think of controls as the engine that powers a race car. Even with the best driver, you still need a fine-tuned machine to make it all work. And that's what a control system does. With the robust control system in place, we then execute this simple formula. We align our expectations, take proactive and well-informed decisions, and mitigate risks, and we yield a successful program for the citizens of Tarrant County. Controls also creates the platform from which to hold all vendors accountable for their performance, including Jacobs Foster. We identify and track a set of 20 or more KPIs from which to gauge the program's success, including advanced analytics and insights into budget, cost, and schedule performance. Those snapshots in real time track, but more importantly, forecast cost and schedule risks so we can proactively take action and finish the program successfully. This is especially important to achieving our tax neutral goals. Another key element is the ability to engage with all stakeholders in real time. This is a complex program and requires a system robust enough to coordinate all of it. I personally have overseen the implementation of these tools on over $4 billion of projects, including University Hospital in San Antonio, and we have the skills necessary to do it. Our reporting philosophy is to stratify information so that stakeholders get the information they need when they need it in the format they need, allowing us to implement communications both horizontally and vertically. To the public, we provide high-level program information for scope, schedule, and budget, and we also report on successes and opportunities for hub participation. For you at the county level and at the hospital level, we'll provide further details and those KPIs that I mentioned earlier. And of course, at the project level, we provide full access as required to manage the program. The final element of our control system is a modern web-based intelligent communications platform that provides real-time access to program information, which we've now implemented on several programs across Texas. Now, we don't have time to go through the demo site today during the presentation, but I encourage you to please visit www.jps2018bond.com to check it out, and we can certainly discuss it further during Q&A. Now we'll go to our final lifeline, phone a friend, with my colleague Vicki, who will discuss some additional implementation phase opportunities. Thank you.
Vicki, I think you're still on mute, or I can take over.
Vicki, are you there?
I think it's star 6 you said.
Star 6 will get you off of mute and put you back on if you do it twice.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Don't hit star 6 again.
I was sweating profusely.
Again, I'm Vicki Howard. I'm a senior project manager with Jacobs. I have over 25 years of construction experience with 15 years on healthcare projects. On projects such as Eskenazi Health System, University Health System, and MD Anderson. Similar to JPS, Eskenazi Health was a $900 million bond program that included a level 1 trauma hospital. I'll use my experience on these successful programs for JPS. I'm excited to be here this afternoon to speak with you. I'll discuss some of our ideas excuse me. I'll discuss some of our ideals for affordable speed to market and continuing operation during construction. We have identified several strategies that can reduce your overall program schedule and accelerate patient care while maintaining budget. Another strategy is to require the use of local and diverse companies for design and construction. This allows for significant partnering opportunities for hub and non-hub local firms. At University Health, 92% of the work went to local firms. This strategy can result in a reduced project duration, lower costs, and more funds staying within the local economy. Let's move to the next topic. We understand how important continued operation is to JPS. Let me repeat that. We understand how important continued operations is to JPS. Through careful planning and phasing, we will minimize the impact to your operations. In planning for healthcare programs, safety is always a priority with Jacob Foster, whether it is public, staff, patients, or craftsmen. We will minimize patient-public staff interaction with construction using various tools such as barricades, covered walkways, and signage, just to name a few. The JPS program will have significant enabling projects such as demolition of existing buildings, rerouting utilities, and other such projects. The drawing on the slide is an example of a tool we use in planning activities and communicating these activities to stakeholders. Through detailed and careful planning with your facilities group, user group, and design team, we will avoid negatively impacting your operations, such as in unplanned utility outages. With the Jacob Foster plan, there are no surprises. You maintain operations, and patient care continues, which results in satisfied patients. Kyle?
Thank you, Vicki. So I want to take a minute and really kind of wrap up what you've heard, starting with Andy and Peter and Aaron and Vicki, and kind of take that and apply it to a real life situation. And what we did is we took the JPS schedule that was provided as part of the RFP, and then in our response back in our proposal, we kind of outlined how everything applies from a practical standpoint, and two areas that we would focus on to pull that schedule back. When you see on the schedule the long blue bar at the bottom, that's 3 years of backfill renovations that occur at the very end of the project. And what we will do is pull all that backfill space forward and have it start during the first rounds of projects as they finish. Every time a project is completed early, it creates an empty chair, and those backfill renovations can start immediately. Peter outlined how some of that would work from a backfill standpoint. This also are the types of projects, along with enabling, that allows us to stimulate local and minority companies early in the project and not have to wait until basically the year 2029, which is what's shown on the screen. So we pull all that as backfill renovation work up early, and then during the planning phase, look at it from an operational standpoint, phasing logistics and capital to make sure we can start the patient tower, which there's about a 2-year gap, if you can see in the middle where nothing's going on. We'll pull that patient tower, start it up earlier, overlap the design of that with that first phase, and ultimately all this will create 4 years of schedule savings, and those 4 years equate to $65 million of escalation costs that will not need to get spent. It's going to accelerate operational revenue into the JPS campus, which is needed for tax neutrality, and I think most importantly, it will expedite these healthcare services into Tarrant County today, much sooner, to the patients that desperately need them now and not in the year 2029. Robbie opened up talking about how you all saved the best for last with Jacobs Foster, and we have purposely done the same with our continuous outreach discussion. It's the one thing that's integrated into everything that we do, and it's the common thread throughout. Our partnership, I jumped around too quick, and we see some challenges within the outreach that we need to address. Similar challenges that we see elsewhere, such as scarce, meaningful roles for hub firms, and the lack of them to be able to be in a prime role. And also, most recently, the COVID impact that it's having at the local and minority level is drastic. And we thank you, Commissioners Court, for the focus you're already placing in this area through your Tarrant County 4 Pillars of Excellence. You've recognized that, we recognize it as well, and we'll build upon that. Our established partnership with Jolene and Akari will demonstrate how we address these challenges, because outreach is not just about now, but the future as well.
Thank you, Kyle. Good afternoon.
Hi, Jolene.
Let me see, can I get this out? Good afternoon. My name is Jolene Musongo. I'm the president and CEO of Akari Management Group. I'm also a proud resident and business owner of Tarrant County. I will be your lead for your hub SMWVBE DOBE program. Please allow me to just address it as the hub program. So first things first, we need to acknowledge that a bond program of this magnitude and length is a unique opportunity to make a sustainable, positive economic impact to the residents and businesses of Tarrant County. We have no choice but to succeed. But what is success? The easiest and well thing to do is to look at a neighboring similar entity, especially one that has gone through an availability and disparity study. And we are in luck because the city of Fort Worth just completed its availability and disparity study. And in that study, it showed that the city's hub utilization is at 22%, comparing to their 20% average goal. That is success. I looked closely to that 22%, broke that down into different ethnicities, compared that to the availability of qualified, willing, and able firms found by the same study, and you will quickly see that there is some disparities in some of the parameters, and in this case specifically, the Black-owned businesses being underutilized. So, as your program managers, our commitment to you is that we will manage this bond program with a purpose greater than just meeting a numerical goal. This type of detailed evaluation and continuous review and implementing corrective measures is the high quality hub program management that we will bring to JPS. We will target positive economic impact to a diverse group of hub firms across the county, implementing policies, strategies, and processes that will reduce or eliminate those disparities. Now, after being involved in over 9 bond programs in the DFW area, we are confident that we have mastered the art of producing successful hub programs. We know that as the bond program goes on, there is also activities, hub-related activities that will happen throughout the bond. We will start with aligning ourselves with our counterparts at JPS, moving on to training, implementing hub bidding strategies, moving on to contract compliance during construction, and finishing out with closeout. Please take note that outreach, a robust outreach program, will be implemented from the very beginning all the way to the end. Outreach never stops. But this is a standard approach. Our team always looks for ways to improve that approach and go beyond the standards. So in the interest of time, please allow me to address 3 enhancement opportunities that my team and I have identified. First, please consider launching the bond program promptly. By doing so, we will accelerate job creation and sustain economic opportunity. It is no secret that as a result of COVID-19, there is a need to accelerate job creation, and this bond program can play a major role in providing a solution. By implementing the bond program promptly, we will have projects available for hub firms to bid on. That means job opportunities for hub firms, and also addressing the workforce need within the county. I see opportunities to collaborate with many of our community partners, the contractors associations, chambers of commerce, with their second chance programs, the job site training programs on different advocacy groups. We also see an opportunity to collaborate with the Tarrant Workforce Commission. We also see opportunity to collaborate with our educational facilities so that we can create that workforce pipeline. Our second opportunity is developing an inclusive procurement environment. With this, we will assess and identify enhancement opportunities within your current procurement system, looking for ways to make it more inclusive. This goes hand in hand with your contract packaging strategies, in which we will have the strategies to maximize the participation of hub firms. This includes tailoring bid packages to fit, bundling bid packages to fit the hub market capacity. This means having evaluation criteria that will encourage local participation. This means encouraging hub firms to participate at the prime level like a joint venture, and we have set a great example for that. We'll also look for strategies that will make sure that we are addressing those areas within the HUB program that needs attention and improvement. For that, I have good news. We have our own tracking system that we have prepared that will address all those strategies we talked about, increasing HUB participation. This will allow us to be proactive, effective, and efficient, having all that information in the tip of our finger so that we can have accurate, prompt reports to you for informed decision making. This brings me to my third enhancement opportunity, which is sustainable growth. We need to ask ourselves, for all those firms participating in our program, how can we help them not only grow their business, but sustain their business long term? And in this, we see great opportunity for mentorship and bringing our best practices so that we can expose the local firms to best national practices. There's many opportunities, but in the interest of time, I would like to say, we all know that one-time opportunities do not foster long-term growth. It just doesn't. I am confident that with my leadership on the HUB program, along with my team, we will exceed your HUB goals for this program. I say this with confidence because we are already doing it. Let's look at that study again that we talked about earlier. I took the liberty of adding our track record on a project similar to yours right here in Fort Worth that we are managing. What you see, commissioners, on the screen that is highlighted, that is us exceeding all the parameters, exceeding those goals. What you see on the screen is diversity. What you see is success. Now, please imagine this type of success, 40%, across the entire JPS bond program. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolene. We love Jolene's passion. It's been contagious across our team, and we just want to see that go even further beyond, and we know it will. It's exciting. Commissioners, know that you have my personal commitment as well, that as the program manager, we understand the need to make outreach long-term. It's about the future just as much as it is about now, and you have my commitment that that will be our focus. Robbie opened up with this slide, and I hope over the last 30 minutes we've barely touched the surface of our ideas and how we can stand behind this. But in closing, I'd like to, as a further demonstration of our commitment, invite Bob Regata, our President and COO, to wrap us up with some closing comments before Q&A.
Thanks, Kyle. Commissioners, thank you very much. We're really proud of what we do and have a lot of passion around it as well. Robbie introduced me as the President and COO, otherwise known as the aircraft mechanic, who supports the captain and our crew here in delivering world-class service to all of you. When I think about commitment, I think about alignment of our priorities with your priorities. And when that can be kind of cliche to say that, but I break it down in this way: cultural priorities. Throughout the entirety of the presentation, you've heard about our cultural priorities around inclusion, around mental health matters, and around innovation. Innovation in planning, innovation in finance, and innovation in delivery. The other really high priority here is around health. And no better time than right now as we continue to operate in the global health pandemic that none of us have ever seen before. Our commitment to healthcare projects and programs, we're deeply involved even upstream of that in COVID-19 vaccine plants. Today, out of the 9 plants that are being constructed to bring a vaccine to market, Jacobs is involved with 7 of them, and very, very optimistic about the outcome there. And around consultancy working with national governments around the world on proper healthcare planning for the world and all of its citizens. And so the last piece of that commitment is around the commitment to our local economy here in Tarrant County and all the cities of Tarrant County. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and we'll open it up for Q&A.
Commissioner Brooks.
Impressive. My question, which is the same one I've asked each of the presenting teams, is, well, it starts out with a thank you for having listened and for having teamed in the first place.
Of course.
You've got a broad-based team in terms of experience and in terms of background. What I would like you to expand on is what you will do internally to make sure that this team functions effectively and efficiently. Make sure that it meshes, integrates, that it works. How are you going to make that happen?
Well, first I would say, I'm going to take this off. First I would say we have experience working together collectively across our team. So that's immediately going to bring a familiarity with how we work, how we operate, how we like, the things we like to do, not just in a work standpoint, but beyond work. I mean, we're friends. A lot of us are friends outside just what we do day to day. So we've got the history of working together. And it also goes back to what Aaron talked about on the phone in terms of the controls and KPIs. We can hold each other accountable, because a lot of times working together is often holding each other accountable for what we've said. We've made promises to you all as Commissioners Court and to JPS, but we've made commitments to each other as well. And so recognizing that we can hold each other accountable, I mean, that's a large part of working together as a team. And so that's my standpoint, but I'd like to, that question, I think it requires some other folks to participate, to join in as well, because they may view it a little bit differently than I will, but I will say it's going to start from a history and just our personal relationships and being able to hold each other accountable.
That's correct, Kyle. As a joint venture partner, Foster Senior Group, again, I want to go back to the slide that we have. We've successfully worked before with each other before, and not just to Jacobs. We successfully worked before with Akari. I understand Inova has worked successfully with Jacobs before as well. So again, we're not here trying to, again, figure it out. We do have the proper protocols, procedures in place to make sure we can execute this efficiently for Tarrant County. To answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
As I kind of listened, I also had a couple of questions that I'd asked before, and one of them was, okay, you've looked at everything that we've talked about. You've been involved with this now for probably over a year.
3.
What did we do wrong? Or, there's something in there that, I've always asked the question, what as you've looked through this worries you, and, what should we be aware of that we're not? You told us during your presentation. And I guess the other part of the question that I had asked was, we have focused a lot recently, at least, on mental health, behavioral health, the diversion center, and that was really not something that was looked at as we approached the behavioral health part. We were looking primarily at a tower, so I guess the question would be, and I know you've got the folks from Meadows Foundation on that, is just how would you help us as we look at to address something that was not in the original, but maybe something in the opinion of your folks we need to be looking at almost as an alternative?
Sure. Andy, do you mind taking the initial, jumping in and answering the first question, or the second part of Judge Whitley's question, and then I'll add some comments at the end.
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Kyle. Judge Whitley, that's a great point. And I think if you all weren't working on the diversion center like you are now, we would have asked you to start doing that, because, I think I said in the presentation, we really don't think you should build a 300-bed facility for Tarrant County. We just don't. We understand why that was in there. The need feels overwhelming. People are suffering. People think, well, if they're not going to be in the jail or they're not going to, die from suicide, we got to build a hospital. That's really not the answer. It's an answer. It's part of the answer. But so is getting the psychiatric emergency service off the inaccessible top floor it's on right now and get it to a place and build it out more, and to do that in collaboration with this diversion center construct. That's really going to be ideal. And it can't just be a building. Like, diversion has to be something that deployed officers do. We have to leverage our paramedics, the 911 system more. It really is going to take the entire community coming together. So we're thrilled that that development has happened. I guess it's one side effect or benefit, silver lining of this process taking additional time. But had you not done that, we would have asked you to do something like that, because that's really what the communities we see getting ahead of these issues are beginning to do in other parts of Texas and nationally.
Thank you, Andy. And in regards to, I think, your first question, Judge Willie, I'm going to go ahead and answer it. I think you might have said we already did, but from my perspective, in terms of what we would have done differently had we been involved much earlier, was that kind of so. And Peter and I have talked about this a lot. I think there's 4 levers that the first, I think originally it was looked at from a capital standpoint. It was very much focused on what's the overall capital spend going to be for this capital improvement program and the bond that would support most of it. But from our standpoint, it goes beyond just the capital. There's 4 levers that we really will focus on. Reducing the capital spend is one of those 4, and an important one, but there's also how do we operate much more efficiently. I think, and Peter, I'll ask him to ask how you're prioritizing, but how do we expand the revenue that's coming in that's not currently there? And then the last one would be how do we just expand the capital opportunities beyond just a bond program, such as partnerships or P3, things like that. So really, we look at it far beyond just a capital need, and it really comes back to operational and revenue and efficiencies. Peter, anything that I messed up there?
Yeah, I hate to use the word, what did you do wrong? That just sounds so negative, because this is a complex problem that you have that you're trying to address.
Tuesday, and it'll be a very common.
That's right. The challenge is right now there's been expectations set of what the bond program could or should fund, but it hasn't since 2015 been stress tested from your ability to finance. So I think from the very beginning, I don't know to what extent it was done. I have combed through all the documents, but I think the biggest thing that we need to do is get on the same page. All the stakeholders need to understand what are our goals, what are our visions, where can we impact patient care the most, what are our restrictions relative to capital, and what are the things that influence the financial operations of the system. And when we shared with you in the process diagram, that goals and alignment is probably the most important phase, where we understand individually. And Judge Whitley and Commissioner Brooks, you agree on a lot of things, but I bet your lens at looking at things is a little bit different. We need to understand that, because as we communicate to you, I have to communicate differently to you than I do to you in each of those 4 domains. So it's important to go through that goals and alignment process as we move forward. And then secondarily, I think there needs to be really a transparent understanding of where we're at today. I shared with you in general what that is. We need to dissect that dramatically for you in the very beginning of the process, so that we start to look at refinements. How can we do that? And we all start with a common set of knowledge. Only then are we going to solve this. But I think it's solvable. I don't want to be too negative. But we do have a mountain to climb, and we're willing to climb it with you.
I got a question. And you brought it up, but primarily the effects of COVID, things like telemedicine, stay at home, a lot of workers stay at home. I think I'm hoping the 2 of them will continue. Telemedicine, I think, is a fabulous future. In the medical field, and hopefully it will continue on and expand. So,
right.
And I think you addressed some of that. So.
Sure. Actually, Peter, you have a great case
Well, there's
study.
certainly an appetite. I'm aware of a study that was done in Los Angeles of a large community healthcare system that serves the same patient population that we do. They asked their patients, 80% of their patients have engaged in telemedicine during COVID, and that same 80% want to continue to use it. They see it as a value proposition. And like our patients here, they don't necessarily have a living environment that has access to the internet, but they do have a cell phone, and they want to use it, and they see the value to doing it for a number of different reasons. So I think we run with it and run with it hard, because it can really provide energy to managing the health of our population. 40% of your patients come to you without compensated care. You need to look at that like a capitated insurance entity. How do we engage with those patients to manage their health, keep them out of the hospital, and reduce the overall demand for beds? And I think it's possible.
Yeah, the silver lining behind that is the operational efficiencies that come with that. That's a lot of how we can get to that tax neutral standpoint, is those operational savings. Even Peter kind of said it's a silver lining, but I mean that's going to play a part in this. The telemedicine and telehealth. I mean, I know I see it just in my own home. Things I never thought a year ago I would be doing. At home from from just interacting with nurses and physicians in my own house. I mean, it's amazing how quickly things have changed.
Commissioner Allen.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I think my first question is for Andy. I was intrigued by the mention of integrating state hospital beds in your discussion of behavioral health delivery. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, Commissioner Allen. So, the state right now is going into the third phase of its replacement of its aged state hospital facilities. And going into this before COVID, they were going to have to do more capacity building than they had money in the budget to do. Now that they have COVID and the state budget's where it's at, they're really going to have to look for alternatives. And the need's not going away. In fact, the needs are increasing. We've done projections that are showing that we're probably going to have anywhere from, probably 20 to 25% more mental health need in the coming year than we otherwise would have because of the effects of COVID. And not just mental health, also substance use disorders. We're already seeing opioid deaths rising. So, and other drug-related deaths. So, the situation's getting worse. At the same time, the state doesn't have resources. To us, and we thought this, before COVID, but it's even more important now. And it's going to take more than just this current session, but probably over the next 2 to 3 sessions, the state's going to have to figure out how to expand capacity and to be able to partner with JPS that already is taking a regional lead. I mean, y'all are already serving people from surrounding counties because you have the resource and people end up here. So partnering with the state on that, getting state, the capital piece is going to be uphill. I mean, they're not going to want to spend they're going to be as desirous to not spend their capital dollars as y'all are. But I think there's a win-win there and certainly a discussion worth having. But then the operational is more important. I mean, it's $1 million to build the bed. It's $250,000 a year to operate it. So you really want them as an operating partner. And the state every year has been expanding those bed purchase programs. And we think there's a real opportunity for that. And there'll be time. I mean, it's not something that's going to get figured out in the next legislative session. It's going to probably take the next couple. So that fits really well with, I think, the planning y'all are doing, particularly if we take it in this sort of staged, stepwise way that we're recommending. Commissioner, does that answer your question, or should I say more about any part of it?
No, it does. That's helpful. And certainly in our planning and discussion of how we're developing our legislative agenda and things that we need to be laying the groundwork for now, for next session, but obviously for future sessions as well. Thank you. The next question is, I think it was for Peter. You made a mention about some of our centers of which that you could see perhaps serving as FQHCs. Now, of course, I'm the least tenured member on the court, and so I don't know if this has ever been a discussion that we've gone into, and I know that we can't do that right now, but just curious of your familiarity with that process and what is that timeline?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there's 8 different community health centers that right now fall within HRSA designated medically underserved areas. So there is a process where you can go through. One, you need to do a needs assessment where you understand what the potential patient population that would come to that center is, and then you need to go through a documentation process with HRSA to receive essentially designation as FQHC or FQHC lookalike. The other complication, if it is any, is you need to set up a separate governing board that includes community membership. So I could see that as an opportunity. Given 8 centers, you likely could do that for your existing 8 centers, or you could look through partnerships. There's nothing that says you couldn't own the facility and you could partner with your current FQHC partner or others to operate it under their license. As long as you have essentially agreements on how they would manage your patients and how you would work interactively with their medical staff, there could be a win-win. But the goal to continually expand your network, which is admirable, we just need to be able to finance it. So we're just looking for multiple different strategies from an operational perspective where we can help balance the budget, but yet seek to expand our care and access to our patients.
Very good. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I did just want to say that I was glad to see the section on transparency and communication. I appreciate you all for hearing me, in particular when I mentioned that when we had our joint meeting last year, I believe. I saw obviously the rendering or the website that you all have put together, which is great as well. However, I am concerned about the members of our community that are in the digital divide. About a quarter of our residents do not have digital access. Can someone speak to other ways that you plan to engage the community that does not involve digital access?
Sure. I mean, we'll have, I'm going to take this back off again. Obviously, everything that's within the report, it's everything that's digital. Obviously, we can provide hard copies as well, which is easy. But I mean, town hall meetings, user group interface. I mean, we want an open environment throughout, and whatever that means, working with you all as commissioners at the precinct level to provide individual updates. Whether it's quarterly, we do that often, where we have kind of town halls or just updates where they can come at the same time, same place, whether every month or quarter. They can come just get general updates, ask questions, and we'll provide feedback. So, I mean, I think town hall meetings is the one I'm most familiar with. I'd ask Jolene if there's other ideas, but those are ones I've used in the past that work very well, just to keep everybody on the same page. And again, we work ahead of time in terms of what that information should be communicated, because a lot of times we have to be careful and sensitive to what goes out, just from a process of where we are overall in the plan. So, Jolene?
Absolutely. And then in addition to town hall meetings, we will work very closely with our community partners, the different chambers of commerce, the advocacy groups, the contractors associations, maybe even churches. It depends on how much we would get involved with the community. But we will work with them, and we will go to the community to give them updates and information about the program, what's coming up, what are the opportunities that are available, how they can get engaged, the status of the program, estimations. All the information will be provided through different avenues within the community. Town halls being one of them, and then working with our community partners. And we already have, we're already engaging with the community, but through JPS and the Tarrant County with all the different, I think it's 30 or 28 or 30 cities within Tarrant County, we will expand our database of those community partners that we will team up with and talk to and get information within the community. Did we address your question?
You did, and I would just add that we do have a really diverse community here in Tarrant County, and providing that communication in multiple languages is going to be a priority.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If I may add, I currently work with some nonprofit organization in Arlington, and we have to provide that information in almost 3 different languages. So we are very familiar with that. We have resources for that, and we are ready for it.
Very good.
We actually have some school systems that have over 100 languages.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We will
well
work.
over 100. Excuse me, Commissioner.
No, you're fine. No, that was a great point. So my last point is really just a request. Perhaps, GK, if you could help me get this. I was not able to understand a fair portion of Vicky's presentation. Is there a way I could just get that in summary via email?
Yes. Yeah, we can provide we can provide that via email. GK will follow up this evening and forward that to you. And we apologize.
Great. Thank you.
Apologize for you not being able to hear.
No worries. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, it was an honor to be here. Very much appreciate it.
So let's talk a little bit about.
We want to go into closed.
What's that?
Can we go into closed?
Depending on going into closed, we have put it on the agenda, so we can go into closed session for legal issues. Specific questions.
I would suggest that we take maybe a 5-minute break, Judge, and come right back here first.
That'll be fine.
this is what I'm going to recommend. Chris and I have discussed this, and there may be a possibility that we can bring this into close, but it takes some further discussion and a directive and a letter from the district attorney's office. It deals with the government code 551.0725, and so this is what we would recommend. We provided you with a ranking sheet that is for your use. We would like for you to go ahead and what you've heard today to begin ranking those companies that you've heard today, all four of those. Also, we provided information to you all earlier, and it looks like this. It's the document that is entitled JPS Capital Improvement Program Solicitation. It talks about how the JPS board went through their process, and if you'll just read that also, if you want to, that explains some of their strategies. If you would like, on the ranking of the firms, the highest ranked firms will be number 1 through 4, and then if you will turn them into us, we'll be able to maybe give you some more direction tomorrow. We have this on the agenda, and it's also something that we can take into close depending upon the commissioner's or the district attorney's letter to the court and a unanimous vote by the court to take it into closed. So that's our recommendation at this
That
time.
letter tells us how they ranked to some extent, but they interviewed after that, and I don't know that letter from JPS gives us an indication or tells us how they, or what they as a board recommended. I would like to know that.
Okay, be more than happy to do that. We'll try to get that to each of you in an email prior
Are we
to.
going to vote on that officially tomorrow?
Well, here's the deal. We put.
Because Commissioner Johnson will be here, I guess, tomorrow.
Yes, you will.
And did he receive did he receive the books and all that?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He received the same information that each member of the Commissioners Court did. What we did for tomorrow's agenda, we simply placed an item on the agenda under the action section. It's under the administrator's piece, and it was placed there not to make a recommendation to the board or to the court, but simply there for you to discuss, and if you're ready to make a recommendation or to take a vote, it's there, and you can take that vote.
If we are going to remind me prior to COVID and because we were about to schedule one of these deals when all this broke loose.
Yes.
And it again goes back, did the hospital board come in and talk with the court about their process and who they were recommending? I don't believe
they did.
They had 2 on their list.
They had 2 on the list, but I don't believe they made an in-court appearance to talk with the court.
No.
Yes.
I attended all of the original interviews.
Yes. Yes, please.
Did you catch that, Devin? You're muted.
I did not catch that.
Good, we're gonna have her repeat it.
So I attended all of the original interviews that they held over at JPS. It was broken up into 2 separate days. The first day, they only interviewed 2. And then the second day, which was actually about a week later that it happened, they interviewed an additional 2 firms. I believe that the 4 that were present today, out of those 4, only 3 interviewed in front of them. I don't think that they interviewed Jacobs. Correct. I can get you more information on when they held those interviews and what the outcome of each of them were, but it was my understanding that after they heard all of the interviews, they determined that they wanted to let all of them, advance all 8 firms onto the Commissioner's Court for y'all's determination as to how to rank them.
So they did not make a specific recommendation.
I don't believe so, but I will speak with the appropriate person and find out.
We just need to go back and look. I mean, it's.
Do you recall that they came, Robert and finance director came in and discussed with us?
They discussed the issue as
how
far.
How the staff evaluated the applicants before the board got to evaluate the applicants, and the staff eliminated a number of applicants because of what they refer to as irregularities. If you recall, there was some question on one of the firm's lawsuits.
Financial, legal,
yeah,
and C for something.
So if you go to this document here, it explains it fairly succinctly. It said the shortlisting committee membership. The shortlisting committee consisted of 7 voting members and 5 subject matter experts. Voting members included 3 professionals with previous experience employing and managing PM firms on large county-owned hospital design and construction programs, 2 JPS board members, 1 JPS administrative executive, and 1 Tarrant County representative with extensive experience working with program managers. The Tarrant County representative was Mr. Phillips. And the non-voting subject matter experts, JPS staff, reviewed financial, legal, and contractual aspects of each response, including proposed contract edits, litigation disclosures, conflict of interest statements, audited financial statements, good faith evaluation forms, completeness checks, reference checks, and proofs of insurance. Then it gives us the breakdown of the committee membership as far as ethnicity, and then said the professional members from Harris County, Texas, Bexar County, Texas, and Maricopa County, Arizona, thank you, all had participated on large design and construction programs at their respective county hospital districts. Those were the ones, it wasn't just staff, it was that group that brought forth the 3, I guess the 4 that the board as a whole went ahead and interviewed. But we can get all that information. That's a document that they gave us, that they gave to the court.
As I recall, my unreadiness with their process was that, in effect, the subject matter experts vetoed 3 or 4 of the applicants based upon these 3 things: financial evaluation, legal evaluation, and contractual evaluation. And they were non-voting members, and they exercised an outsized bit of influence over selecting who would be recommended to this court.
As I understood it, and it may be a little bit different than what you just said, I understood that the 5-member team or the 7-member team went through and evaluated everybody. And they graded everybody, and that's why you see grades on every. Now those were all non-voting members, I think, but they went through and they rated everybody. And then the legal and the accounting, financial, legal, and contractual, that was done by, I think, Sharon.
It was the CFO
and then it was
Robert Browder was part of that.
And then whoever contractual was, maybe their purchasing person over there. And so they went through and they gave those a pass or a fail. And then the 7 said, okay, after listening to the legal folks, they said, we're not going to recommend anybody be interviewed by the board if they failed any of the 3. And so that's why 4 went to the board to be reviewed, and the board upheld that, apparently. the board said, we're gonna go along with what this committee has sent to us, and we're only gonna interview 4. And that's why, Jacobs didn't get the interview, but when we looked at it, we said we wanted to interview, I think we interviewed the top 4 scores.
We did.
From that standpoint, as opposed to the just top 4, or just whoever.
We interviewed the top 4 scores without taking into consideration financial, legal, or contractual.
Correct.
That's what we did.
Yeah.
So we can get clarification. Is it
Okay, why do you want us to vote today instead of tomorrow?
Why do we want you to vote today?
You said you want us to turn our paper into you today.
No, I didn't say today. I said
Oh, I thought you did.
if you want to go ahead and fill that out, you can give it to us. You can give it to us tomorrow if you want to, or you don't need to. I mean, this is a process that we've used before. It's not something that's that the court. But it gives you an opportunity to score them now that you've heard.
Okay.
I think we heard 4 excellent firms. And my personal problem is that I've got dear friends in each one of those 4 teams. But I will try my best to put that to the side and pick who I think is best qualified to do what we want them to do.
I like a winner, so we'll do this if we're of a mind, get the scoring to GK in the morning, and then we'll.
I really don't think we're agendized to do a vote today.
I think specifically.
I don't think we're there to do that today. Make a formal.
Specifically says we're not taking a vote.
All right. Anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Good to see you, Commish.
You too.
Are we going to see you
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
So we are going to see
virtually.
You know, I'm not sure. You know, I'm kind of enjoying this extra space that I have here.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not getting any respect.
We're adjourned.